Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And we got through Clockwork Orange from last week. Still have scars from that one. You know, that's one of those movies I only watch every few years, but it just reopens your mind to it and it sticks with you for a while, you know.
I've just been pissed off all week.
Because I have to do that.
Well, for other things that I'm burning on.
Yeah, we're going to get to our new segment within a segment of things we're burning on.
Basically what Levi's burning on, because you've yet to include anything so far.
Well, one thing I've added this week.
Oh, okay.
That there.
Oh, yeah, right. You did have that. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you take that one because I agree. But, anyway, we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. We're not going to hit her. We don't want
Are
to
we
get
there yet? Oh, Daddy, are we there yet? No. Anyway.
I wonder if they're going to ever reboot the Are We There Yet / Are We Done Yet franchise.
/ Daddy Daycare.
Well,
era.
crossover, yeah. Anyways, speaking of transitions,
speaking of, okay, Daddy,
as Troy
Aikman said, yeah. We're not going to get into football this week because that's a whole other thing we can't deal with right now.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, all I'll say is it's over between us. It's a very sad breakup. Anyways, Marnie from 1964.
Anyway, Aaron Rodgers. Anyway, Marnie.
Directed by Alfred Hitchcock.
You think he's seen Marnie?
No.
Yeah.
I will say, though, in the past, he did dress up from Life Aquatic for Halloween.
Yeah. Oh, well.
So we'll always have that.
That moment, I know we lived in, but whatever. Anyway, Marnie.
Marnie, 1964, directed by Alfred Hitchcock, starring Tippi Hedren and Sean Connery. It wasn't actually until relatively recently I realized that Tippi was not her real name.
Yeah, I would have assumed.
And Tippi was kind of in quotes usually anyways. Natalie Hedren was actually her name. Actually still alive at age 91 as well.
Bless her.
As is Eva Marie Saint.
Yeah.
Other Hitchcock leading lady. I think, is Kim Novak still alive?
Mm-mm.
She's passed away?
Okay. I wouldn't think so. But our mom was named after Kim Novak.
And it's one of those things like, we had no idea who Kim Novak was growing up until she's actually still alive.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry,
She's
Kim.
actually younger than Tippi Hedren.
Well, I apologize. I just would have assumed. I don't ever hear anything.
It is actually very telling that all the leading men of that era are dead, and then the women are still alive.
Yeah. It's almost like they didn't lead self-destructive lives and were a-holes.
That's true.
It's almost amazing.
Should we say Cary Grant has been dead for some time now, and he was older anyways. And
he died in like the 70s, didn't he? Or was it the 80s?
70s or 80s, something like that.
We don't know anything on here, so whatever.
But Marnie is one of my more, in recent years, favorite Hitchcock films. Very evocative, and has a lot of stuff to dig through, which we're going to attempt to do today, that is indicative of a lot of his larger work. But before we do that, we just gotta get into that Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Mama, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure. I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wanted a large pepperoni? Coming up!
Order up.
And the order is indeed up. So, we don't have a lot of, frankly, new relevant stuff to talk about. We're going to talk about one thing in general, in particular.
Real quickly,
At
I
the
want to
top,
say
yeah.
I did some grading for assignment yesterday.
Yeah.
That I didn't even grade, but I wanted I don't want to go into all this, but basically I didn't grade it, but I want to give some of my kids feedback on. They wrote like kind of a mini essay about something, and I found myself continually writing. Your theme is relevant.
Yeah.
Your evidence is good, but I say but or something. I was like, your theme is relevant. So
Yeah.
you said relevant. That reminded me, but your Spencer is relevant.
Yeah. Spencer,
Yeah.
the newest film about Diana Spencer, of course, Princess Diana.
of Wales. Yeah.
Princess of Wales, and is not very subtle, but still in its own way very evocative. The whole idea of it's said in that at one point like POW, which of course stood for Princess of Wales, but in many ways I think was making a statement that she is a prisoner of war, that she is enraptured by this whole life. Starring Kristen Stewart, directed by Pablo Larraín, who a few years ago now, it's hard to believe it's been 5 years
2015.
already.
It'll be 6 years coming up.
Oh, it was 15.
Yeah,
Wasn't it? I thought it was 16.
It's been almost 6 years since we saw that. It's hard to believe. Yeah,
Wait,
'cause it
wait,
was
wait,
2015.
No, I think it was 16 though, wasn't it? Because 15 we saw The Big Short and Hateful Eight.
Oh, I guess
And
that
it
is.
was the next
yeah,
year. It was
okay.
La La
Never
Land,
mind.
Nocturnal
Yeah,
Animals,
I don't
and
know.
Jackie. We all saw
Whatever.
together.
What do I know? Nothing.
But even that, it's already
Anyway,
been 5 years.
Yeah, I
hard
know.
to believe.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Whatever.
This movie was kind of going into kind of. Now, let me just say up top, if I haven't made this clear already, we don't really care about the Oscar race anymore at all, if we did at all. We don't really care about award season. But this is being touted as one of the kind of the big releases of the fall to lead into that, specifically for Kristen Stewart. I'm somebody who just a few months ago, frankly, had zero to nil interest in the royal family, and my interest still wanes for the most part. However, and we've talked about this on here before on the podcast, The Crown is a show that we've been particularly taken by in recent months.
Yeah.
We've been watching it with our family and quite like The Crown.
Yeah. Mountbatten.
I think some people see it as more celebratory of the monarchy than it actually is.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like
it's somewhere in between.
It's in the middle ground of these people are interesting inherently by virtue of their privilege, but it is still very much taking stock of and critiquing the monarchy. So we've already had some Princess Diana content in our lives, so to speak, with her depiction in that, and in the new season.
Well, and also
she's going to have a bigger role.
Well,
as
and of course, as people of knowing pop culture and history, she is an icon that has still lived with us for 20 years, even after her death. I feel like she's still such a cult of personality.
And for a lot of people, it was a representation of this, beautiful royal who herself was growing uncomfortable and wanted to separate herself from that life. And as you were, I think, saying before I interrupted you, that our mother was really a big fan of her and taken with her kind of in the 80s and 90s.
I lost my train of thought. Oh, well, just that, and I think ultimately what's important about Princess Diana more than anything, I think that the story of the royal family is her story, ultimately. I think I've said that on here before, that her tragedy, I think, is the epitomization of what is wrong with the royal family and what it does to humanity. Both in not only in a political sense, but expressly in a personal human sense. And I feel like The Crown really explores that, not only with her, but especially, even with consistently with the Queen Elizabeth, with Charles, even early on with Philip, that he wants to be a pilot, and it's like, well, that can't be allowed. With Princess Margaret and her not being able to be married to who she wants to be married to. I mean, it consistently, that show studies the idea of these people having their humanity taken away.
Desires,
and that, but I feel like more than anyone, it seems that Diana, exhibited that. Now, of course, there's a question of, it's a question that seems like an obvious answer and the answer will be no. Did the royal family literally lead to her death? Literally.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. But, the whole paparazzi press issue surrounding that has surrounded the royal family since and hasn't really gone away and had before that.
Yeah.
Is ultimately what led to that. But also even in the sense of, just her own personal life and leading to that day in 97 that happened, it feels like they did destroy her ultimately, even still, and that is the inadvertent cause. I don't know enough about this to say that. There's people that are more of historians on this that, can argue that either way. But what is so interesting about Spencer is it doesn't examine that at all. It's all set.
No, there is that one scene in particular when they're coming out of the church on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
There's all those photographers there and all the flash bulbs, and it feels so assaultive and so violent in a weird way.
Yeah.
That it feels like that is raising alarm bells or connections in our head of where her life is going to ultimately
and
go.
what I even meant is that even and that's true, but what I even meant was just what the setting of the movie is way before that event.
That's, nearly 6 years. Yeah. So the movie is set like kind of over loosely a 3-day period, I guess.
Yeah, like Christmas Eve through Boxing Day of 1991.
Yeah, in kind of just a country estate somewhere in England where it's kind of plains looking cold and rainy, England. Yeah. And so Kristen Stewart plays Princess Diana, and it's about her going to be with her family, or the royal family, not necessarily her family. Really, the only family that she has there that she has any connection to is her sons.
I thought those were the best scenes in the movie, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that one scene in particular, one of the most heartbreaking but beautiful scenes is where they're candlelit, kind of all surrounding each other.
And they're playing some, like, military-style game where they're like, Major, you must tell me the truth, or whatever, and,
And that was a very affecting scene. Yeah. And Kristen Stewart, it should be said, is just one of our best actresses or actors in general today. And she just was marvelous, I thought, as Princess Diana. Again, I'm not someone who... I've frankly now seen way more depictions of Princess Diana than I have actually her in the flesh in terms of what she sounded like and looked like, kind of. But the culture was inundated with that stuff way back when.
Yeah.
I thought she was just terrific in this movie as that. And there were certain particular moments where it did look like, it's like Kristen Stewart wearing a suit and wearing a hair a certain way. But there are certain moments and images that I remember that will look very much like they're going for that. And again, it shouldn't be the job of the movie necessarily to be an impression anyways. It's the job of the movie to take this real person and tell this story about their lives that still, in a human way, anyone can connect to. It's not just about purely tracing the line. It's this happened and this happened. I mean, and I think
and it says at the beginning, a fable based on true events. It's not
tragedy
or true tragedy. Yes, rather. It's not. Yeah, it's not. And we can talk about that in a minute about all the weird kind of things about the movie. But yeah, it's very much all speculative. But I feel like it is the truth of what it is.
Yeah.
It should be said Stephen Knight wrote the screenplay. Which
and Stephen Knight is suddenly one of the best random little creatives working today, kind of in the background. He mostly serves as a screenwriter. Mm-hmm. He did write and direct Locke, which I thought a lot of a few years ago. Tom Hardy was in. He's basically almost the only cast member, or the voices of other people. And so he also wrote Allied, which I thought a lot of. I thought that was.
I think he had written Eastern Promises, which we've never seen, but
he did write and direct. I think that Matthew McConaughey movie from a few years ago. They got really putrid reviews.
What was that? Not Serendipity, or Serenity.
Serenity, which I heard was like people were already turning into like a camp classic now.
Girl in the Spider's Web too.
Right. So Pablo Larraín, directed this. Pablo Larraín previously, as we said, I know he made some. I think is he Chilean? I believe.
Yes.
I know he's made some movies before this that I've not seen that are like more about like Chilean social life and Chilean politics.
No, I think that a lot of people like
Gabriel Garcia Bernal. I think's in that.
Yeah.
But Jackie was a huge deal for us, and all I'll say is, slight spoiler alert. Who knows? We might be talking about it more
we'll probably come back and talk about Spencer a little bit
see
more.
How we couldn't.
Yeah.
In next few weeks, actually. No. But we had that planned already. And I decided we weren't really thinking about that. So spoiler alert on that. But I mean, Jackie, I mean, you know, that is like one of our favorite movies of the last several years. Natalie Portman is amazing in that movie, and that's also about this woman of privilege who feels, you know, surrounded by or engulfed in that way, a very direct tragedy that had just taken place. Part of the dramatic tension that Spencer worked with is what we know will happen to Diana. And that's kind of an interesting dichotomy of the movies, is that Jackie is about, you know, ostensibly it seems as though after the assassination of her husband, you know, that Jacqueline Onassis ended up going on and having a fairly successful, happy enough life, but will always be forever connected to that tragedy, obviously, as anyone would be. And it's about her trying to come to terms with how do we pick up the pieces of this and move on. As I said, the dramatic tension of Spencer is more about, well, we know how unhappy Diana's life is here now, but we also know, all of us going into that movie, of where her life will end up going, and that is part of the sadness of the movie that's soaked into it. What for you separates Spencer from Jackie as kind of works of looking at these women of privilege?
Well, it's interesting because I'm in the middle of writing my kind of longer review, which, by the way, there's a raffle. If you write a review quick enough, you might get a shirt or something. Anyway, but and I'm kind of talking about it, but I think it's very technically different, actually. I mean, it looks kind of the same, but much of Jackie was kind of a very voyeuristic, handheld, kind of a little too close. And and that was what was great about it.
One scene I always remember in particular from that is like when when she's like looking in the mirror and she's soaked in blood and brain matter and all this stuff, and it's just like the way the camera's shaking, and it feels like you're violating her space by even being here to see this moment, you know. But as you said, the style is different in Spencer.
Yeah, Spencer, and it has a lot of close-ups. So many of Diana that I honestly forgot how many there were. I mean, it was just like always like right there. But they and there's one particular close up that really I thought was affecting of Timothy Spall, who's kind of like the villain in the movie. But there's that scene where she's in the like freezer eating, and he comes in, and it's like right up at, and it was just kind of like looked like a shot from The Shining or something. Yeah, right. But it did. But that but most of the movie it's very formalist. It sweeps a lot. It's like a lot of movement on tracks, and you know, it's very like controlled in a way that Jackie wasn't. But strangely, it's a lot more surreal and percussive in ways that I didn't expect.
Throughout the movie, she's in the movie, anyways, not in real life, I don't presume. But haunted by the ghost of Anne Boleyn, who's quite literally a character in the movie here or there who pops in and out. And
reminded me a lot of Opening Night in certain ways, as far as
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to call the movie obviously a horror film exactly, but it has traits or characteristics that make it, you know, closer to a horror film. In particular, I think about when she goes to the old dark house towards the end of the movie, which was her old home or estate that's kind of on the property also of that. It's almost kind of is acting as though that life was this homing beacon for her that always was going to pull her away from who she, quote, really was. That, you know, literally it was like on the same grounds or estate of where the royal family is now, and that this kind of dark, forgotten, derelict building is a lot closer to who she really is, even though she's always expected, you got to be over there. And there's a few times she wants to go to this home, and she's being prevented from going there. And again, it was powerful and haunting in the moment, but even now, a day later, just thinking about it, it's something that's really powerful and evocative.
And it consistently feels like a horror movie in a lot of ways. Of like when she first gets there, she sees that there's the coat of her father's old coat that's like up on that scarecrow, and it's like the house is just over the hill over there, but you keep not seeing it, and it's always like somewhere else, and the movie, it should be said, the movie, as you said, is playing with surreal imagery, and there's part of me that wonders, is she being delusional? Is that really over the hill because we're not seeing it? And then so she finally makes it there though later on in the film, and that there's this constant sense of like, she says early in the movie, she's like 3 days, and it feels like this kind of sense of she's trapped with these horrible people in this haunted house. In the end, she finally escapes. But it is really kind of is a horror movie in a lot of ways as far as the setup of it. But
and Timothy Spall is almost like a ghost-like figure.
Yeah.
That when you get down to really who he is and what he represents, it's actually not all that bad.
No.
But in the context of this world, it is like he is this ghost-like figure who just kind of comes in and out and knows, if she's keeping her blind shut or not, and if people were watching her. But again, as she says, to be watching, to be making sure nobody's watching her, that they have to be watching her and predatory in their own way.
It says, I watch so that, or what, I just wrote it down earlier in that review. I can't remember. It was I watch, let me just find it. It's I watch so that others do not see, I think, or something but that, let's see, I have it here. Yeah, I watch so that others do not see. But that, that's it's an interesting character because he's not inherently doing anything wrong exactly.
Yeah.
But he and that's kind of the representation, though, of the royal family, although I think they do things that are definitively wrong, is that what they're doing to her isn't, I guess, inherently, evil exactly.
Yeah.
But it represents this,
this predation that has to exist.
This, frankly, anti-feminist,
very true,
sexually repressive, personally and culturally and socially repressive system that is evil.
Yeah.
But it's a very complicated kind of thing it's dealing with. But what's interesting about the movie to me is that early on it feels like it's just going to kind of be, okay, this kind of chamber drama of being kind of feeling trapped, but it gets increasingly goofy and kind of kabuki as the movie goes on, to the point that it ends with, and there's a lot of very specific emotional reactions that I had to this that I want to talk about. Is at the very end, it's kind of a spoiler, I guess, for the movie if you care, but that at the end, she literally runs into the line of fire of them shooting pheasants, and Prince William was kind of being forced to do this, to shoot pheasants that he didn't want to do, and that she literally interrupts that so that she can take him and Harry back home to London, and on the way out, they're driving in the car, and the pop song "All I Need Is a Miracle" plays, and they're singing to it while they're escaping.
There was something early on in the movie where they said
something about a miracle.
I need a miracle,
right,
or something.
It fit that, but it was such a refreshing moment in a movie that I felt was becoming kind of
stifling,
passe, because it's so. Before I'm going to jump over here for a second before I get back to that, because the movie, it's kind of like what we've talked about before with a lot of A24 horror movies. There's a certain people complain all the time about big budget blockbusters, they're all the same. The same thing kind of does happen with these independent movies, where it's particularly with, let's say, for example, Ari Aster, one of my favorite punching bags, that he'll make a movie Hereditary. I remember seeing the trailers for Hereditary and just being like, wow, this looks so different and weird. What could this be? And then in the end, all it is just some pagan cult.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
And that sameness is just setting in for a lot of these movies.
And it's it's just this thing, it's this. And even
you can feel what happens is for a lot of those movies, I feel as though creatively, even when they're conceiving of them, which is at the script phase, that they have this big, weird, different idea of what it can be, and they kind of write themselves into a corner, and the only easy escape hatch is, satanic cult, paganism, idolatry, or whatever.
And
that's
so
where
in that,
it goes.
and in that sense, some may not agree with this, but I feel that this movie, in certain ways, falls into the trap of just doing these kind of weird, surreal things. There were a couple shots in the movie that reminded me a lot of shots of the Queen that reminded me, sitting at the table, that kind of reminded me of something like The Favorite or something, or the kind of weird stuff that happens in that, and you know what I mean. It's just there's certain things about it that it's just let's have these ghosts be in it, let's have these kind of weird dream sequences, and it kind of felt like I said this in my review also. It kind of felt like what Darren Aronofsky's version of Jackie might have been had he directed it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It felt kind of just
Which
like
he was attached to do for a long
Right.
time, and then he finally stepped aside. And
I quite like Darren Aronofsky actually
Yeah.
for what I've seen, but like it just feels like it's just another kind of psychological horror thing that just happens to be a movie about Diana. Now, did I want the movie to be a straightforward, like, let's have the royal family be in it the whole time and make it really kind of like a Hallmark movie crap? No. But at the same time, it tries a little too hard to be art house, I think, sometimes, and kind of is just like, yeah, a lot of movies do this. It's not all that different. I don't know if you agree with all that or
no,
not.
I think I mostly do. I think, coming outside of, because obviously this is all operating under the shadow of the crown. I feel like culturally that everybody, when they think of the royal family now depicted in culture, is the crown is the thing that people would think of. And I think this is, again, serving as not a corrective, but more of an alternative to the crown in terms of we can be a little weirder. We can take little certain risks. That movie is positing itself as almost a canonical historical representation of these people that is going to live on and be what a lot of people remember from it. So I think it's operating more from, well, we'll do something different from that. But again, undoubtedly, I think it could, like you said, fall into the trap of being like these other non-royal movies that are this psychological horror thing. Right. And it's one of those things, it's tough because I much prefer this realm of psychological horror to traditional horror movies.
Yeah.
But it is undoubtedly operating with a certain level of pretension that most traditional horror movies are not.
And it's like, she eats the pearl necklace, and it's just all very like, this is all clearly.
Or like there's scenes where she thinks it's someone else, and then the shock is it's actually another person.
It feels very like, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. But
and I think maybe part of the perverse satisfaction someone like Pablo Larraín pulls from that is that you're doing this with the royal family, not like just some any other family, but you're taking somebody who's up on such a plane as the royal family and doing this approach.
And I feel like it fits her, and and a lot of this is very complex because it presumes a lot of thoughts that sadly deceased woman had about her station in life that we don't definitively know.
Yeah, and I was actually wondering watching it, like, this is an impossible hypothetical, but like, what would she think of seeing this? There's a line towards the end of what who will I be perceived as 1,000 years from now? And she was like talking about like
William the Conqueror and
Elizabeth the Virgin, and that's very true. I mean, that the more time passes from anybody, the whole ideas or qualities we have about them get more essentialized and more condensed. And it felt like this movie itself was in that moment acknowledging this is an abstraction. This is not a literal idea of who she was. That we're not 1,000 years away from that, but even 30 years away from that is a certain level of distance that we can only presume to know certain things.
But so I felt like even still that the movie was fit, that it was like, okay, about what it was about. I feel like it mostly fit those pretensions, that it was able to do that. But at the end of the movie, when that happens with the All I Need Is a Miracle, it's interesting because jolt. There's a lot of things I felt about it. Number one, the first thing I felt about it was, first of all, being jolted out and being like, a pop. That's what's interesting about The Crown too, is they put some pop songs in there, and it's like people that are these like footmen that walk around and they have no lives, and it's like they're just so like I have served a table every day for the last 64 years, or whatever. That got the like father in The Remains of the Day. These people that are very like
they literally have no conception of life outside of that.
Or whatever, however many years he said that, I don't remember. But that he's very stuck-up kind of people, and it's always jolting to hear that. So it's weird to hear that, and it's kind of goofy. And you're like...
And there is a brief moment of towards the end of the song of Timothy Spall walking to put back the Anne Boleyn book on the bookshelf, and that song is playing. And just like, it is like, obviously... He would have no conception such a thing even exists. But in that moment of him and that song playing at the same time, you can't help but laugh. Just like,
and also just that there's that moment where like Charles goes into where the royal family's sitting and they all look at him, and there's this very kind of lovely stock zoom on his face of like, I have failed, like moment, and that's playing. But so that's kind of the first emotion that you have, is just this kind of like, what, and you kind of want to laugh, and I did laugh. But then you get this sense of kind of joyful release of like, oh, finally they're getting away from this BS,
just leaving,
you know, and there is
and
a
taking
certain
her children,
and there's a certain like joy you get from that. And then at the bottom of all of it, I felt this strange like, and obviously her children were not with her, somebody else was driving the car, but you get this sense of like she died in a car crash, and it's just this weird that's at the bottom of all of it. And I feel like it's such a complex, interesting. It's probably one of my favorite moments in any movie this year. I mean, it really is something that, like, because you talk about it and you think it sounds really stupid, but like to actually see it at the end of a movie that abrasive, it really is something magical. That it really is. All I needed was a miracle, you know. But it's a very,
and then also go ahead and finish.
It's just a very complex
moment,
a very I lost my train of thought.
Collection of thematics, basically. And it's one of those things like
context is the word I was looking for. It has a lot of context.
It's a moment like that talking about the magic of the movies, but it's just like that movie. You know, you go see a movie in the theater, and now so much of it is, frankly, and we complain about this all the time, but it's like you feel this or you feel that, and it's very manufactured.
Yeah,
and you can still have moments like that are filled with a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
you're like, oh, joy, but also sadness and also contemplation. I mean, it's just like, and the movies can still do that, you know, even in a movie that has its flaws, that's still quite good in a lot of ways. But
and then they end it with going to KFC and sitting by the River Thames near the London Bridge. I just thought that was hilarious. But
and you know what's weird is, I haven't said this, but the whole week I was randomly thinking about, just to myself, and I, thinking about how funny it'd be if, like, I just wrote a book or a memoir just called My Kentucky Fried Life. Just like, I just think that'd be funny to call something that. And then at the very end, they go to KFC, and it's like, her Kentucky Fried Life.
And then I was just thinking,
you know?
There's KFC in England?
There's
and
KFC
I was
everywhere,
like, I guess so. And I mean, and I've heard, this is the whole other thing. I've heard stories of people that we know that have gone on missionary trips, places, and eaten KFC, other places, and and just how weird it was. But so it's just randomly, you just wouldn't think of that being there, you know.
Yeah.
But So I mean,
and again, I was slightly worried going into it. Like, I love the idea and the sound of this, but will it be different enough from Jackie to justify its existence? And I think it certainly was.
No, it is, because
it's not as good as that, but it has its own soul about itself that separates it.
And I think that Jackie, what I love about Jackie is just the straightforwardness of it. Whereas, and I like that about this too, in its own way, that it's like wanting to be, because that's what makes it different. It wants to be weird and kind of surreal. Whereas Jackie was very much like, this is what we think happened, literally, or in a way, or not even, but it's just very like, this is it, very straightforward, one shot kind of thing. Whereas this is very like, you know, all over the place in a kind of a good way.
Yeah, and she's not in a whole lot of it, but I thought Sally Hawkins had some very beautiful scenes as well, and she's just in general a really great actress. I didn't care a lot for The Shape of Water, but she was really brilliant in that, and she's really good in this. And scenes towards the end with her are very affecting. So Spencer, it's playing in theaters currently.
I mean,
by the time you're hearing this, it might be gone already.
It's probably 20 years have passed in the sense of theater.
Yeah,
ways.
Eternals is still probably playing somewhere, you know, by that point.
Garbage.
But so go see it if you get the chance. If not, wait till it comes on home video or streaming and see it then. Oh, and you know, I just think it's a Christmas movie. I think it's got an argument to be one of the great Christmas movies ever. I'm sure that discourse will start up soon because it does take place around Christmas.
Whatever. I don't care.
Anyways, we're gonna now transition to our segment within a segment of things that we're burning on.
As we begin our look back, here is what I am burning on.
Again, friend of the pod, Jim Rome. We're finally happy to get him in the mix. So, Levi, you start us off with this.
So, all right. I don't like memes. Okay.
You don't like the memes?
The memes. That's really what I thought it was when I first was like, a meme. It's like you say GIF when you hear a GIF the first time.
Yeah. I still actually don't know definitively how to.
I think it's GIF.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
that's how I've.
There's
mostly
people
said
out
it.
there who are scoffing and laughing at us not knowing. Screw you.
Oh, Levi, he picked up the mic.
So if you give a crap about that,
yeah,
you are not a worthwhile
all you
human
need
being.
is a miracle.
Well, yeah, all you're gonna need is a miracle because wow.
So memes, you're
So
out.
memes, I'm out. Now there are some funny memes out
should
there.
we define what a meme is in a more
Well,
traditional sense?
what you go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess is it like something that is like quote viral content or a templative thing that people add their own little
I think
spin
that's
on,
what it is. Is
and
like
people see it as
yes.
a creative act in many
Yeah.
ways. Like
no, they
you
think
know.
They think that memes are worth anything.
Well, there's the whole thing with NFTs now. We can
Yeah.
talk about that. David Lynch is making some NFT with some band or something. He's making like a little music video, I think. I think Tarantino said he might release some deleted scenes of either Reservoir Dogs or Pulp Fiction that have never been seen as NFTs. So, NFTs, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm falling asleep.
Again, let
okay.
me say this. One filmmaker that I always know will never give in to this is Nolan. Is that anything other than on the big screen is sacrilegious
right.
to him.
Well, and Scorsese, which he doesn't
his
even know.
his daughter's probably like explaining to him what that is. Like,
I don't understand it. Yeah.
Searchers,
John Ford, Grand Illusion. Anyway, so
I mean, is cinema really the first NFT when you really think about it? Is cinema the first GIF?
The cinema, cinema with an S.
So you're out on memes.
Yes. So, but what I see when I talk about this whole meme thing, there's various ways you can talk about it. Number one, the main thing I don't like is like man walking with woman, looking back at other woman. That's a meme. You know what I mean? It's just like okay, like everybody's done every version of this. I don't care.
I think they appeal for.
You know,
I'm
go ahead.
I'll very briefly make a devil's advocate argument because let me just say I agree with everything you're saying. The whole idea is, like, let me respond to the novelty of the quote new thing with the old thing, and it's like,
which you will then
like, look at my cleverness. When again, as you said, the whole meaning of what the meme is, in of itself, has its own independent meaning. So just to plant this other thing on top of it that everybody already knows is not actually clever. If anything, it's just you like, oh, I understand how this new content. #content reflects this old form in some weird way, like
Yeah, and my mind just went blank.
Yeah.
I'm just so angry at this that so
should be said. Every corner of life is touched with meme making
and
now,
I
and
guess,
cinema's no exception.
Yeah, I think it's what the biggest problem for me is that. I mean, it literally represents... This is where I was going. You ready?
Yeah.
It literally represents the futility of the passing age that we live in. Every moment on Earth is it will not last. This is coming from a Christian perspective here, okay? Everything... It's just like... It just shows how, like, old meme... Oh, you're stupid if you think something's all... It's just, nothing can last for anybody. A movie comes and goes. A TV show comes and goes. Mm-hmm. It has no cultural footprint. Everybody watches the Underground Railroad right when it comes out. Nobody talks about it anymore. They move on. Mm-hmm. It's garbage.
Well, let's just stress this to make sure we're not making any... Like, we love the Underground Railroad.
Yes, that's
we
what I'm
watched
saying.
it over time
like,
as opposed to
it's
just
like
that one week.
People watch things so quick, like binging stuff... Which inherently is referring to binging alcohol in its own way, which is garbage. So
most people admit is actually an unhealthy thing to do,
and yet they do it anyway. That and memes is literally the same thing. Of like, let's just eviscerate this one little thing we got and then destroy it. It's like they literally go through and burn crops. And it's just over, and it's done. It's like all this hard work that's gone into something. It's just over.
Well, I just taught the Depression this last week in school. Again, I'm an American history teacher in high school level, and that it's all in a weird way reminiscent of an actual practice that was going on.
People don't just vanish.
In the 30s, where every corner of American life was under attack in terms of the economic crisis of the 30s, but that certain farmers were actually burning like 90% of their crops, so the supply would go down, where the demand of the crop prices would go up, and then they would take what 10% they had left and sell it because they were that desperate that we got to burn everything here just to get this 10% to be worth anything. I feel like culturally that's where we're at right now.
Yeah,
anyways,
and it's so everything is so passing and futile.
Yeah,
I mean and everybody thinks they're so fun. They have their version of the meme. Theirs is the best one. Like, you ready for mine?
Let me just say, you might not be as convinced about this as I. I think Eric Allen Hatch is still, I don't even want to call it the meme master, but like his are always
he always
his
takes
own little presumption and doing something a little different.
But at the same time, he's always like Uncle Boone Me and Possession. It's always the same.
David Lynch
and
stuff
it's always the same stuff he does.
Yeah.
And I get it, and you're right. It's a different alternative version that is usually always funny, but it's just the same thing over and over. This all goes to the fact that I just don't spend my life on Twitter. Also,
no, you're better off now.
And because that's another thing. People go on Twitter and they're like, "I'm entering the hellscape." Then don't blank and go on it. Leave it alone. Use your life doing something else.
To read a book, yeah.
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
I'm like, it sounds like I'm literally pissed off about this. It literally makes me so angry.
I think the thing that really set you off about this was specifically doing content the last 2 weeks. Like,
that's another thing about this is that, okay, I get it. My son is Timothy Chalamet. I have a vested interest in this movie.
Yeah.
I get it. Whatever. But it's like,
still reading it.
And I'm almost there.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a job. Sorry. I actually do something with my life other than stay on Twitter. You scumbags. I mean, this is what I'm burning on. Okay. But like, okay, so I don't know exactly where to start with this, but so people will take like desert power.
Yeah.
And they have friggin' Sam Rothstein smoking a cigarette with blue eyes. Like, what is funny about that? Literally, somebody tell me what is funny, okay? Now, by the way, let me say, I'm not saying that every single thing has to be taken seriously, okay?
Yeah.
But nothing is. Ever.
Yeah.
Nothing is ever taken seriously anymore.
Well, we live in the age of Ryan Reynolds, where
I know.
It's like everything's a joke.
Everything's trash.
And I actually had some kids this last week. It's like, Mr. Huffman, what do you think of Ryan Reynolds? And it took me everything I had just not to start yelling obscenities. Yeah. But I was sitting there, I was like, well, I think he's garbage. I don't think he contributes anything good to the culture. Everything's a joke. I think I said everything's a meme. Everything's an eye roll. Can't take anything seriously. No sincerity, this or that. And they're like, I just think he's funny.
I think he had a good spoof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, seriously, like, nobody takes anything seriously anymore. And
it should be said that, just to defend these teenagers ever so briefly, is that that's always the teenage mindset.
Yeah.
But that is extending more and more to adults in ways that it gets worse every passing generation.
It's the Chuck Palahniukization, how do you say his name? Chuck Palahniukization, I'm trying to make something out of nothing here, of life. I mean, like, I saw Fight Club at the age of, like, 20. I don't know how old I was, 20, 21. I feel like I would have liked that movie when I was younger, when I was in middle school. Okay,
yeah, but you've grown out a lot of them mindsets.
I'm an adult now.
Yeah,
I feel, and people, my kids tell me, they're like, "You're like a 40-year-old." I'm like, I know, isn't it great? And and I'm just like, it's all right. Anyway, let's get back on track here. I'm all over the place. You see what happens when I'm like frustrated?
But modern day 40-year-olds, not all obviously, but more often you're going to see them wearing a Deadpool shirt. And
because they're children. Yeah. I mean, so anyway, and let me say, Dune has been around since the 60s, okay? It's new to me. I'm making it sound like I love the Dune universe more than I do. I like it quite a bit. I find it interesting. But I love the new movie. I'm not saying it has to be taken seriously. It's a friggin' sci-fi movie, okay? It doesn't really mean... What it means, though, to me, what I think is so important about it, is that, wow, a movie like this can still be made by a big Hollywood studio, be a blockbuster, and not only have great actors, have great performances, look amazing, look like it's actually real, and doesn't look like... that movie was made for less than Jungle Cruise, I've been hearing. And Jungle Cruise looks like a daggone
we like Jungle Cruise
cartoon. And I like Jungle Cruise. I actually quite like Jungle Cruise. I'm not going to lie.
No, but the effects were spotty.
It just didn't, like... And to actually be about real issues, and because that's what the book was about, and that, fear is the mind killer, Tone. I mean, and that was kind of fun. And all this is, there are kernels of it that are funny to me.
Right.
Like, the genuinely funniest meme I've seen about all this stuff is that one where it was like, libertarians. It's like, what's the age of consent in every state? And it's like, libertarians. And it's like the mentai thing that they do in the movie where they're like calculating. And it's like, now that's funny because it's not.
That, frankly, is using. That is using Dune and making a comment on
a political
thing, as opposed to presuming
to,
something on Dune. You know
as opposed to just taking a person, putting blue eyes on them, and putting the black nose thing. Yeah. I feel bad. I should know what the name of this is by now. Thing on them and saying desert power or fear's the mind killer or spice must flow or whatever. It's like, I mean, those have all been part of the culture since the 60s. It's been part of the culture for almost 60 years. Get over it.
Well, I guess the difference is that it's always been, and this has been a big conversation happening with this Dune film anyways, is that like, you know, a lot of this stuff was like the nerdiest of nerd culture. It was like so far off to the sidelines, and like the only other biggest shot this ever had was the Lynch film from the 80s. And now it's like kind of entering a zone where the quote normies are watching it and taking it in. And that, and even there's a lot of the Dune community that loves this film, the mass majority, and some of them are acting though weird though, like, oh, can a quote normie or someone who's not read these books or into this world love
me say, I know I'm new to this whole thing, and there's people out there listening to this and saying he doesn't know what he's talking about. Whatever, you say whatever you want about me. I could give a crap what you think about me. Literally, I don't care. But what I'm saying is this goes into a further frustration of people can't just take this on its face as what it is, and they like it. I know they do. They wouldn't do. They're not making fun of it. I know that. But what they're doing is they're taking this supreme piece of art that operates on a pop level, which we have so few of now. Yeah, right. We literally have nothing of this. This literally does not exist. That's what is important about this movie. This is more important even than Dune as a concept. This is something This is something above that. They're taking that and they're saying, oh, well, I'm not going to talk about this genuinely. I'm going to make a joke. I'm going to make a quip. I'm going to get my likes. Hashtag content. Hashtag Twitter. Hashtag scumbags are us. Literally, it sucks so bad. I had to talk. This is what I had to be burning on this week because it goes into something I've been talking about, I feel like, for a couple years now, but it's just been getting increasingly more and more frustrating.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of this makes sense to anybody else. I know it does to you, but... And you probably don't agree, and if you don't, I'm not even going to say anything bad about you because you literally have I literally have nothing to say to you. Like, you need, like, I don't know at this point. I know I sound like a crazed maniac on here right now, but I think this is a serious issue. I mean, quote serious issue. We're literally burning the planet.
Well, it's in the entertainment realm or the artistic realm.
And that I feel like people aren't taking something that is serious, and people complain all the time about we don't have anything good anymore. Then how about you actually take something seriously that is?
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
and I know I have some vested interests in this of my son being in the movie. I get that, okay? Mm-hmm. And I get but I feel like this goes above and beyond this to the point. I mean, literally, and it's the same thing like we've talked about this already. I love Paul Thomas Anderson. He is my favorite filmmaker, okay? But Phantom Thread was honestly knocked down a peg for me of being able to like it because it was like, oh, everybody, this is a meme movie. Well, did you know how funny Paul Thomas Anderson is? Yeah, Magnolia is like one of my favorite movies. It's hilarious, okay?
But it also has a beating heart and a beating soul. It's also very
serious. Like, and
that's part of the joy of his movies is that interplay between those two things.
And then a lot of people, there's a lot of people that don't like that movie too.
There's a lot of like things about There Will Be Blood that are funny.
Yeah,
but that is not a comedy.
No.
That is not a movie that is meant to be that. Now, and I know you know this. I just want to say this for the record. Like, Paul Thomas Anderson is not conceiving of making, editing, releasing Phantom Thread with the presumption that how's the internet going to respond to this?
That's not on him. I get that, but that's what's so frustrating
But as a fan of his work, you admit to being your conception of it being minorly altered because of this
and I'm just not as into
to
that movie either. Personally, I just don't care about that.
There are actually some things about Spencer I was thinking about with Phantom Thread because that movie doesn't go all in on the surrealism, but there is a moment or two where there's a ghost that is in the movie, and that kind of reminded me of that.
That's my favorite part of the movie because it is so.
Phantom Thread, you're saying?
Yes, intentional. and emotional.
Johnny Greenwood scores
and,
for both.
Yeah, and that is very specifically like very real and emotionally relevant. Not that there's moments in Spencer that aren't. I'm not saying that, but like that really works in the moment that it is. That's my favorite moment in that movie.
One thing I want to say briefly about Spencer, and we'll go back to what we're talking about in a second, is that there's only one scene between her and Charles. We were talking about this really is the scene in the billiard room.
Yeah.
And it's so...
With the candlestick, it was Charles. Like, yeah.
But I just thought
With
that was
the cue
interesting
ball.
because that was, frankly, the most definitive stamp that movie makes on their relationship. Because
it's a lot of other scenes where they're just staring at each other.
Across the table.
We're eating. Yeah. We can't speak. Like, you know...
Also, another thing I just want to briefly mention, the whole queen in the movie. The queen. She's literally the whole thing is like, oh, Diana's got to get there before her because she's the one who comes last. And, you know, I feel like the movie itself was positing like the queen is almost this villain behind-the-scenes figure.
Yeah.
But there's that one moment of acknowledgement where she looks at her and says, you know, all the pictures they take of you, ultimately, the only one you realize that really matters is the one that's going to be on the coin because they see you as currency. And that is an acknowledgement of that movie that the queen does not necessarily see her as an enemy, but almost like you poor thing, like you don't know what you're really
right.
For.
No, yeah,
like,
and because that's an interesting scene because I felt like it actually was more compassionate than it seemed. That she's like, I feel like that was more not as villainous as it seemed. Even
I think even the movie leads you early on to think of her as a little bit of a villain figure, but. That one moment between them actually is like, oh, you know what? The queen sees her with some compassion or some pity to a certain extent. But
so anyway, all I'm saying with my thesis statement on all this crap.
Sorry, I want to talk about
art. No, I know. Well, no, I know. But my whole point with this whole thing is that and it's not just it's not about me. I'm not trying to.
Is ultimately coming before the actual art.
Yes, and I'm not trying to make this about me, but you know. I personally connected to this thing, and I feel like other people might have too, but I'm going to be genuine about my statements about something. I don't make, and just it's such a waste of time to make memes.
Yeah.
Like, I sat for part of this week thinking, am I going to seriously make a George Plimpton fan cam? Hell no, I'm not going to do that.
Because this was prompted by us watching the Civil War and
I didn't retweet. I tweeted tweeted something that was like manifesting George Plimpton fan cam just because I thought that sounded funny. Then I was thinking, should I actually make that? And I was like, hell no, I'm not going to do that. Like I've got all kinds of stuff I got to do. I got to plan for school. I got to read. I got to do it. You know, like no. So
what could have been?
Yeah.
Hey, listeners, if you yourself want to make a George,
you go do it for me. Yeah. You know, I'm sitting up here from the chair, the what have you, the throne, whatever it's called,
the table.
We'll get to that.
We're getting ready to come to the table.
But anyway. That's all I'm saying is I want people to be more intentional.
Again, if you're sick of the Dune memes, don't worry. Wait another week. We'll get we've already had some Eternals memes. Yeah. It's always the next. That's the thing with all this. What you're getting at is that the sell-by date for this is always so short. It's the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. Which what we're moving on to. You know.
And that's all I'm saying. I just want people to be more intentional in their
reactions,
their professions of faith towards something.
Yeah.
Y'all need Jesus. That's all I'm saying.
We all
genuinely. Do. And forgive me, God, for going off, but
no, it's all very true. I agree.
Anyway, something even funnier. this next one.
Well, I think actually let's do this.
Go ahead. Yeah. That. Well, that is pretty funny.
Well, this is a more informal note to end on. I think.
You go ahead.
Again, we're gonna come to the table on this. Okay, the red table, the Smith family. This is my burning on topic, and I'm not even going to get as fired up about this as you are about that, but why the hell do we care? The Smith family. Of course, Will Smith has been a movie star now.
He's got him the next two.
I guess some of this is sparked by a lot of the news cycle of this, a lot of recent stuff with them is probably sparked by King Richard, his new movie where he's playing the psychopathic father of Venus and Serena Williams.
I'm not going to interrupt. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, that... first of all, I don't know if that guy's still alive, by the way. Look that up, like King Richard himself.
King Richard. And,
by the way, in the trailers, it's like got blurbs, which is always, frankly frightening.
He is
that
alive.
The movie, okay, he's alive. Yeah. King Richard is.
He's 79.
And in the trailer for the movie King Richard, that like it says like as a review from Variety or Hollywood Reporter, one of the trades, and it was like blah blah blah. King Richard is family, and it was. I know what it was talking about. The movie as like this representation of family. But I feel like that in and of itself, that those words are tipping the hat of what a great celebratory thing this is, and that instead of making a movie about actually Venus and Serena Williams, let's make one about their psychopathic father who's driving them to greatness. Oh, but it got them to win all these Grand Slams and all these U.S. Opens and Wimbledon and all that.
Yeah,
so I guess it justifies the whole psychopathy.
And it doesn't seem like
like
the movie is engaging with that as like a problem. It's just saying.
Well, I feel like
look at
there's
what he
little
did,
scenes where it's like, ooh, he's maybe going too far. But you know that ultimately that's all going to be paved over and
but
say.
he's got him the next two. I mean,
how many parents are going to watch that movie and go, yeah, that's what we need. Like I'm going to drive to be that like parent.
You see it
like,
even more than I do. I see it every day.
Yeah.
I don't
sports
even
and
know if I should
like,
say this. I'm not going to name even who the child is or even their gender of who they are. But there are some students that I have that sometimes I see them come in there every day and they have this kind of just like this, how do I describe it?
Defeated.
This just defeatedness.
Yeah.
And they're pushed constantly by their. I know this in sports, and it really makes me really sad. Like I'm not even going overboard about this. So I see that day in and day out, and I don't know if that's what's going on with that child, but I feel like sometimes it is, and it's not just one; it's multiple. Like but anyway.
But I'm really, frankly, worried. I'm not kidding about this. Like, there's going to be a random amount of parents who see this movie, and is going to say, "Yeah, we got to push to be great. We got to push our kids to the limit." And sure, Venus and Serena Williams, they are objectively these great tennis players and whatever, and I'm sure. They themselves conceive of happiness in what they do, so I'm not going to say that. But they are frankly the exception. Like, that is not what happens to most kids. Most kids do not become the next Venus and Serena Williams. They become kids who resent their parents for the rest of their lives because of the way their parents treat them. Or they are then going to take that anger and rage and translate that into trying to be that for their children later on, as parents. So, who knows? That movie may be okay. I don't know. Frankly, I'm not going to see it, so I don't care. But in general, like, if you go on social media, you turn on the news, wherever you walk down a tabloid, buy the tabloids, checking something out from a grocery store. Over the last, 25, nearly 30 years now, the Smith family has been just this humongous presence in the culture. Of course, starting with Will and Jada Pinkett Smith.
Wow.
And then their
Wiki Wow Wow.
Wiki Wow Wow. And then their children,
Jim West. Loveless.
Which I feel bad. I'm going to have to look up their names. Willow
Jada
Smith
Pinkett,
is one.
Or no, that's the wife.
No, Jada Pinkett.
Yes.
Willow is
and
the daughter.
The
son is Jaden.
That's what I was. Yes, I was thinking it was something similar to Jada Pinkett. Yeah.
And him and Jada Pinkett married in '97. So it's really been the last 25 years that they've been in the culture all the time. I know Jada Pinkett in some ways is weirdly feels like more of a celebrity than Will Smith does anymore because she's got this. We joke about in this family all the time. The red table. Let's come to the table. They all bare their soul.
The next table.
They all bare their souls in this very performative fashion that looks like it's being confessional, but then ultimately is just, quote, keeping them in the conversation. Because we know nowadays there is no such thing as celebrities having shame anymore about anything. That nothing can be behind closed doors. Nothing can be private. If you can mind your own struggles, your own tribulations for hashtag content, more power to you, because that just is going to keep the engine going, basically. And so their whole marriage is just this content game now where each of them are coming out and frankly talking about how unhappy and unfulfilling their marriages are, how
It's like an open marriage.
There's basically they basically have said, oh, it's an open marriage, and we've both had these like relationships on the side.
That she blames some of her relationships of those on him.
Yeah, like she's blaming
like
him.
She has no self-control.
And,
and some people, I'm just going to be blatant about this. Some people would see that as a feminist stance.
Yeah,
that's just immoral. I don't care what you. It's not about her being in war. That's not at all what it's about. It's about. Oh, and like, yeah, if there have been some things behind closed doors we don't know about, fine.
Well, not anymore. They've told us everything.
Then they need to be divorced.
Yeah.
That's what it needs to be.
Yeah.
And to blame your own, like, actions on somebody else, that's just literally against, like, a nature of responsibility. Yeah. But anyway.
And so just like, every day there's just some new thing about them. I know just the other day he said that he was, this is not related to his marriage, but that he is like, he was weirdly disappointed when I Am Legend was a box office success because he just felt tethered to his success, and he was weirdly almost wanting for a
failure.
Failure in some weird psycho.
He got it with After Earth, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it came later on, and then that he's now like he's doing this whole like weight loss thing or something where he's like doing a documentary about him losing weight or something. All this is to say, the only real big takeaway I can take from any of this is that celebrity drives you insane. Celebrity makes people insane monsters that they have no idea or clue who they are anymore. So in a weird way, I actually feel for them that they seem psychologically, spiritually broken as people, and that their whole lives are just content mines that you're going to have to turn into something else to, quote, feel something or to feel relevant. But at the same time, ultimately, both of them were chasing this. You could say, well, the industry drives people to chase this or that. All I can say is, I mean, there's celebrities around and out there like Leonardo DiCaprio. We were talking about this last night, who is using his celebrity to draw attention to climate change.
Yeah.
And while himself might not be a great guy in terms of how he himself treats relationships, at least has the decency to do it all behind closed doors.
And
which is,
a good actor, which Will Smith cannot claim.
Yeah, I mean, you've recently talked about you've been watching Men in Black with your middle schoolers kind of during lunch.
Yeah.
I mean, he is genuinely really good.
He really is good.
I mean, you see why he was
I mean, it's part of that. I mean, and there is a certain, I haven't watched a whole lot of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but what I've seen, I'm like, yeah, he has a definitive, personality and like a charisma that I understand, and I feel like he had that early in his career, but that has been way far gone by now. I mean, so no, I mean, he had a charisma and a certain sense of personality, but
I mean, Jada Pinkett, she had Set It Off, all big successes. So again, this makes it sound like I care more than I do. I really just want them to go away. I do not.
Well, then
care.
There's all this drama with Jaden Smith all the time about just whatever he's got going on. Nothing in particular, just like him as a presence. He's always just doing the weirdest thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's just
So all I'm really saying here is I'm ready to move on from them, as I am ready to move on to this next minor thing that we wanted to talk about. We were in Barnes & Noble just last night before we saw Spencer, and we love going in Barnes & Noble. We love to read. We're huge fans of literary word and literature and whatnot, and history. So we go in there maybe at least once a week sometimes, it feels like.
Yeah.
And we always naturally gravitate towards the history section, U.S. history, world history, social sciences, anything related to that. And we were just wanting to briefly talk about how, and there's probably a lot of people that have noticed versions of this anyways, that every little minor thing in history has now have 5 books written about it.
Right.
I mean, we were literally just like, what were some of the things we were seeing?
Well, there was one, it was like an operation in 1942 of taking Malta or whatever for the Allies, and it's like...
And I know everybody knows this, but like World War II is literally, probably other than Jesus, one of the most written about phenomenons in human global history.
Yeah.
So, we get it. But every little minuscule thing is now has, again, 5 books written about it. To the point it's just growing more and more hilarious by the day.
Yeah.
There's one that was all about like the guys that were on, Washington crossing the Delaware, basically, like as
Yeah, and it's like how they built the Merchant Marine or something.
Yeah.
I don't know whatever it was. No, I mean like the thing that really I thought was funny about these, there was a whole book just about the Battle of New Orleans at the end of the War of 1812, and that it literally had the gall to say, and you know a little bit more about this than me, but I feel pretty confident in saying this, and I'll let you step in here. It says something like something and how this battle changed America, and it's like my understanding, and okay. One way it definitively would have changed America is it would have grown the celebrity and quotes reputation of Andrew Jackson to eventually become president of the United States, and how he affected America in various ways. And yes, in a certain way that's true. But other than that, the battle came at the end of the war was over. They didn't know it, and they fought the war anyway, or the battle anyway. And it was just like, it didn't really mean. That's kind of the joke of the Battle of New Orleans, is it didn't really mean a whole lot, literally.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I would say if you're going to make any argument for that, it would all rest on Andrew Jackson and the kind of accumulation of his reputation, which had already been happening over the course of the war, anyways. But yeah, I mean, there is just this huge tendency, and I don't even know how many times this is the author's choice or the publisher's choice on some of this stuff, to just come up with the most hyperbolic title of all time, because that's the only thing that's going to quote resonate.
Yeah.
You know, this reshaped America, untold story of this. Like, everything's untold, everything's reshaping, everything's, oh, you thought the world was this way? Well, actually, this is turning on its head.
It's like there was another book, I don't remember the first person, but it was them and Ida Tarbell, muckraker, made like a newspaper of some sort.
Magazine,
and it's like how it rewrote America. It's just like, it literally said, you go to any bookstore, find that section, you will find a million books that are like, how this changed America, this reshaped, man who built America.
Yeah.
I mean, the men, that literally all the same. And it's just like, everything doesn't have to be the most important thing.
No, you
ever,
could just say, you know what,
it's all part of a bigger thing.
No,
I
it's
get
like
that.
it's like
that
new Jimmy Carter biography that I bought and I want to read. It's like, Jimmy Carter, he was a president. That's inherently important. Let's talk about it. Like, everything doesn't have to be to the biggest game-changing extent. Not every book's written by Rick Perlstein, where he's going to actually tell you how in depth how certain presumptions we have are wrong and flawed, and here's why, in a very elegant way. Not everything is going to be that. Like, it's okay to just write a book about, hey, here are the guys that were also on the George Washington crossing Delaware. That inherently, I'm a history nerd, I'm a history teacher. That to me is an inherently interesting thing.
Yeah.
Oh, who were those other men?
That's just a problem.
But you don't have to act like it's this big game changing.
Well, that's just a problem with popular history in general, is that it feels like it has to draw in these people who wouldn't be interested anyway. Yeah. And it's like, fine, if that's what you have to do to get some information in people's brains.
I'm wondering how much of that is actually the writer doing that, or how much that the publisher's like, we got to sell this with this, and that even the writers sometimes are probably rolling their eyes and going, well, whatever, if it sells the book, I guess.
But at the same time, and you're right, there are a lot of writers out there who have this ego about themselves that they're like, well, no, I think it actually is important because I'm talking about, whatever.
That's true.
And there's another book, I mean, this is a little more acceptable, but it's like talking about all the presidents who basically became presidents after an assassination or a death, and it's like how they changed America. Once again, it's just like, okay, and certain of those people are important, the most important of those, I think, is Theodore Roosevelt, but it's like, some of the other ones, like Andrew Johnson. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, he,
it was actually one of the worst presidents ever, but actually, the radical Republicans still got a lot of their agenda passed.
Yeah, but at the same time, yes, he did kind of end forcibly a lot of Reconstruction. Yeah, and so there is a certain. I mean, he has a legacy for sure.
Well, following Lincoln inherently makes you important,
but and it's the same thing. But John Tyler. I mean, nothing against John Tyler, but what, and by the way, found this out recently, that his grandson is still alive, which is just insane. But it's like, other than that, what did he do really that has remained with us? Mm-hmm. People talk about how useless the bearded presidents were. I would argue that everyone from between Martin Van Buren maybe to James Buchanan were some of the most irrelevant presidents. Like James K. Polk, maybe, or like Zachary Tyler in the sense that he like, sorry, we're like, we're sorry, I don't get to teach social studies, so I have to do it on here now. Like, or Zachary Tyler really fighting for California, or fighting for California to be a free state. Like, stuff like that is important, that it all leads up to the Civil War. But somebody like James Buchanan is literally the most irrelevant person that ever lived. Literally, like, other than being president of the United States, like,
but his legacy will always be
that he was a total lame duck. Wanted to do nothing about slavery. Like, I mean, there's a legacy there. I get it, but it's like not every president has to be the most relevant thing ever.
Yeah,
and I mean, for their moment, they were important.
And there's just in general periods in American history where the importance of the presidency waned, especially after really from Reconstruction's end all the way till Theodore Roosevelt. Even McKinley was relevant. Really, between that period, I mean, you're talking about the bearded presidents. So there's just periods in American history where the importance of the presidency wanes, and certainly you get a rise or an increase in the entrepreneur as being one of the figures that change history.
And I think that's what the story of America is in those moments, is that the corporations ran the country. I mean, that's what I mean, and not that they still don't, but that's what really was the power center. Yeah. We talk about people like John D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie and Cornelius Vanderbilt because they were the real presidents of the country in certain ways, And we talk far more about them than we do about Rutherford B. Hayes, whoever that was, or Grover Cleveland. Yeah. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? And so, anyway, that's what we were burning on as far as that. It's just like a randomness of everything has to be the most important thing. It doesn't. Believe me, everything can and not to say that all these things don't feed into larger, but that's the story of history. Everything feeds into these larger, almost consortiums of information that are important, but on their face are mere details in a bigger tapestry of history. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, it doesn't have to be the most important thing ever. Like, believe me, the Allies taking, and by the way, this book about Malta, it didn't say anything about it being the most important thing ever, okay? But if somebody were to say, oh, this Battle of Malta, it really changed the war in Europe, okay, is that as important as Abraham Lincoln? No.
Yeah.
That's a blatant fact. Like, so, anyway.
So, that's what we're burning on this week. But now we're going to dive right into our film from the day, Marnie, again from 1964. Directed by Alfred Hitchcock, starring Natalie Tippy Hendren and Sean Connery.
It's Marnie is a 1964 American psychological thriller film, directed by that fellow. Screenplay by J. Preston Allen, a female, based on a 1961 novel of the same name by Winston Graham. And
what year did you say that novel was again?
1961.
Okay, so very briefly before.
So
this.
It doesn't give a really good summation here of it in the first part, but basically it's just about this lady named Marion. Actually, is her real name, actually that's her fake name that she has, but her real name is Margaret Marnie Edgar. But she goes around under these different names and becomes a bookkeeper for these various businesses that have a lot of money, banks or whatever they are, and basically gets in there, gets ingratiated. It's like this long-term game for her, and then she steals the money out from under them, gets away, gets a new identity, and does it all over again, and just kind of jumping between all these various companies. Basically, she gets caught in the act by Sean Connery's character, and his name is Mark Rutland, who's a wealthy widower. Actually, a Southerner, I think, which is just so hard to believe for me.
But he's not really doing a Southern accent.
And he lives in Philadelphia, but publishing company, and kind of learns that she is doing this type of stuff, and he basically forcibly hires her, catches her in the trap, and then blackmails her into marrying him.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of unspoken trauma in her life.
Yes, and then meanwhile, she has all this, trauma that's going on that isn't ever explained fully until later in the movie, and that part of the whole movie is him playing this weird. It's like an early version of something like 50 Shades of Grey, where it's like he's playing this kind of game of like, who is the real Marnie, and like sexually assaulting her along the way.
Yeah.
But that one thing we're going to talk about later, the complexity of the movie is that it does position him as a hero throughout some of the movie, albeit a complicated one, in a way that I think is, obviously a lot of people think is very,
it's problematic.
Not problematic, to say the least. So
I think part of the complication of this movie is that just inherently by virtue of the art of cinema, that Hitchcock in some ways is possibly, subconsciously admitting a certain predation over his star, Tippi Hedren, and that that is not necessarily weirdly an endorsement of that, but in a weird way just a portrait into his own madness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, as much as the movie itself may position Connery to be the hero, well, that's because Hitchcock himself is making this movie, and that makes it, frankly, interesting and so fascinating all these years later to see is Hitchcock himself positioning himself a hero. But again, we can just look at that and say, well, that's just from the mind of someone who is a predator talking about or making this. And so, in a weird way, I don't see it as an endorsement. I see it just simply as a portrait from someone who is maybe a predator, whatnot.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so...
so the actors.
Well, first, who's the screenplay? Who wrote the screenplay?
It was, like we said, it was J. Preston Allen, a female. Let's see if she did anything else. Says she was a screenwriter, playwright, stage director, television producer, and novelist.
A little bit of everything.
A lot of stuff on her career, it looks like here. Let's kind of go to the bottom. It says movies that she wrote. Wives and Lovers, Marnie, The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie. That's kind of a big movie. Cabaret.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Bob Fosse.
Yeah. Prince of the City. That Sidney Lumet movie. Lord of the Flies adaptation in the 90s. Death Trap. Yeah. So, yeah, she's done a lot of random kind of stuff.
Just curious.
Travels with My Aunt also. It looks like she wrote. Anyway, so yes. So Tippi Hedren as Margaret Marnie Edgar. I think she's actually the best of the Hitchcock blondes very definitively, actually. I can't... I mean, Grace Kelly is quite good in the things she's in, but I'll admit I still haven't seen To Catch a Thief.
I'll probably always be a little bit partial to Kim, Eva Marie Saint, me, because of North by Northwest. But I think as far as pure acting power, Tippi Hedren is the best out of any of them.
Yeah.
I mean, this and The Birds, as well.
And of course, it seems that her career kind of hit the skids after this movie. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah, I mean,
ways
you can read about the whole relationship between her and Hitchcock making The Birds and this. That at first she was, it's almost a sadly traditional Hollywood story. That she felt so honored and privileged to be the next kind of big lead of Hitchcock's films. And again, she hadn't really, I think her on-screen debut, I believe, is The Birds. I think that was the first movie I think she was in. I think she was a model before that.
Right.
But actually, The Pretty Girl.
The Petty Girl, uncredited. Okay. Icebox Pretty Girl.
That was in 50.
Or Petty Girl. The Birds was mainly her. And then The Countess from Hong Kong.
She felt so honored and privileged, and that for most of the making of The Birds, and I was reading about this a little bit not too long ago, it was a great experience for her. She was working a lot, but she thought, this is a great project to be on, especially coming after Psycho for Alfred Hitchcock, of all people. But the last, weeks of that, where they're doing some of the most aggressive bird stunts and bird things, really took a toll on her.
Yeah.
And then she read the script for Marnie and thought, wow, this is such a great character to do, and this could be a really great opportunity for me. That Hitchcock himself, his relationship with her became much more predatory, much more aggressive as they were making that, so much so that he even specifically sexually propositioned her while making that. She refused. He then literally, according to her, which I believe, threatened that he would ruin her career or blackball her from Hollywood, and that he had this exclusive contract for her for the next, what started off as 7 years, and would not allow her to go and make any other movies while she was under that contract until it expired. And that she was very disappointed to learn that later on, that during that time, that some big directors like Francois Truffaut actually wanted to make some movies with her, and that could have been a huge other stepping stone to her career. And that so she's been very out in the open in recent years that she was had these very traumatic experiences making these 2 films that she made with Hitchcock. And it's very strange, and I would imagine anybody else would feel this too. She feels a strange sense of remorse and regret for having been in them, while also understanding these are great movies and that I had the opportunity to be in these, and that the irony in that and the unfortunate nature of that. And again, we're going to talk about this later, because I think this is frankly one of the best pieces on Hitchcock I've ever read, and I've read quite a bit. Richard Brody has an article, and I think I'm going to link this in the stuff for this week. Marnie is the Cure for Hitchcock Mania, which he wrote 5 years ago in 2016, where he talks about Marnie. He says that this is one of the greatest performance basically in a Hitchcock film, and again, she goes above and beyond all that she's asked to be. One thing that's interesting about this character, and we'll walk through this as we watch the movie as well, this is all, literally the character's named based off the novel too, Marion. Marion Crane, you can't help but think of from Psycho. And this is almost as if, what if Marion Crane didn't happen to be murdered by Norman Bates? And I will say this character seems like a more inherently messed up character than Marion Crane was in Psycho. But is almost operating under the premise or presumption of, hey, what if she was not killed and she got found out for taking that money in Psycho, and what happens next? And, well, you're not going to be killed by Norman Bates, but you yourself are going to be a victim of another form of predator. Right. And then she's just brilliant, I think, in this movie. Like I said, and all the things that she's asked to do is pretty extraordinary, and something that I think, frankly, only an actress could be able to do, because, acting's all about playing characters that are either versions of yourself or diversions from yourself, and the two-sided double nature of that. And unfortunately, our society forces women to do that each and every day. And I think that's something that this is one of the definitive, very strong, memorable performances in the Hitchcock canon, that by coming so late in it, can't help but shed light into a great many performances that existed before it.
One thing I want to quickly say, and I think she's amazing, and especially in this, but even more so than The Birds. But I really love The Birds. I was reading here about that movie Roar. One of the great all-time moments in any trailer. This movie was a disaster. I'm literally reading here. She was in it, and her husband, Noel Marshall, I believe. I want to see. I think he directed that. Yes. Roar! Which is a movie about all these big game animals on a research park or something. Yeah. And it's a very infamous movie, I know, because a lot of these things. But I'm gonna read some stuff here. They're her daughter. I don't know who Melanie Griffith's father was, if it was him or someone else. Let me look. No, Peter Griffith, they had been divorced. I was making sure about that. This is her second husband, Noel Marshall. But the Melanie Griffith was also.
Well, it should be said just real briefly that Tippi Hedren has kind of started a whole family of actors. Right. Melanie Griffith, and then she was married to Don Johnson. And Dakota Johnson is her granddaughter, Tippi Hedren's granddaughter.
Anyways. So funny enough, we mentioned 50 Shades of Grey. But but anyway, just reading about some of the stuff that they had, all these untrained. It said 150 untrained lions, tigers, leopards, and cheetahs. And that, so no animals were hurt, but 70 members of the cast and crew were mauled out of 100 people.
70% chance you're going to get.
Hedren fractured a leg, scalp wounds when an elephant bucked her off its back because she was riding it. Bitten in the neck by a lion, required 38 stitches. Incident can be seen in the film. Melanie Griffith, also attacked, received 50 stitches to her face, feared she would lose an eye, recovered but was not disfigured. Marshall was attacked so many times he was eventually diagnosed with gangrene.
Oh my God.
In one of the incidents, he was clawed by a cheetah when protecting the animals during a bushfire that occurred in 1979. All animals were evacuated. Several years were needed for him to recover from his injuries. Roar! In 1978, a flood destroyed the movie sets and killed 3 of the lions. So supposedly no animals were hurt, but they were. Mm-hmm. Project set back several years. So yeah, the movie took a long time to happen. That is just insane.
Well, I thought the birds was bad in terms of things happening there. Wow.
That just seems like total madness.
Yeah.
But anyway, I always wanted to see that movie, partly because of that, but it's kind of an infamous movie now, obviously. But yeah, and they thought it was going to be a big success. It cost $17 million and only grossed $2 million.
Wow.
She started the Roar Foundation to take care of the big cats. So I think all this was inspired by they cared about these big game animals. And it seems like they probably, what part of the problem was, I'm assuming, I don't know, there's probably scholars about all this, that they were like, oh, let's kind of let the animals roam free, and it's like, they are wild animals, you know what I mean? But they probably had this idea of, let's just kind of let them be free, and I'm not saying there's anything necessarily wrong with them caring about them,
well,
but
that's
like,
fine to do in a certain habitat, but on a film set where you have human beings, that's not a combination that's going to be successful.
So there were more animals than there were people, basically. So it sounds like that obviously was a total disaster of a movie. But I was reading about, I had forgotten about all that and that she was involved. But yeah, wow. Anyway,
awful.
Sean Connery.
This is at the height of, I mean, Dr. No would have just came out. You know, I mean, at the height of his James Bond success.
And then I guess, Dr. No Dr. No, From Russia with Love, and I guess Goldfinger would have come out this year, 64.
So he was on top of the world star-wise, I mean, at this time. What do we think of the decision to cast him in this role, and what does that say about Sean Connery's star power that he was able to pull off this character?
Well, it's weird and it's interesting because Sean Connery's, performance is, and he is the definitive James Bond, let's make it clear, I mean, we think. Yeah. Despite all of the multitude of, what James Bond is a character. That's just a whole.
I would say, for all his problems, that signals a lot of what is problematic about the character of James Bond. Anyway,
it goes back to Ian Fleming. It's not just him in the movies themselves, But that that he at that time had this sort of, charisma about himself that was different for James Bond, that he kind of upends here and is definitively hostile. That I think is interesting. Though, of course, Sean Connery has had all these, weird, not even weird, just outwardly predatory statements. There's, of course, the very, infamous statements he made to Barbara Walters about, I think it's okay to slap women around if they're, he said, I rewatched it this morning, it really is shocking and jaw-dropping that was, he just readily said those things, saying basically that, a woman needs to be put in her place, she always wants to have the last word. I mean, totally abhorrent, I don't even know what to say about that stuff. It's just awful. It's just amazing and shocking. But it fits the movie, I guess, in certain ways after the fact. What do you think about?
Well, again, I do hold, as we said earlier, Sean Connery is the definitive James Bond in my book. And I think this is speaks to what Connery's presence, what makes it interesting in this movie, is this sense of control that he has over Marnie. And that, again, he would be the type of character who would have one pulled over on him had he not caught Marnie, but he does, and he feels and he kind of gets off on the notion of being with this woman who is a thief, and that it's all a big game, and that normally she doesn't have to be privy to the violence of men like this, even though she is in many ways every day of her life, but that normally she's able to get out of this and escape it, but her being in this place all the time, constantly, of being a victim of this man, ends up awakening these older psychological traumas that are ultimately what the movie's about. And again, the whole notion of, is he a, quote, hero or a villain? I think he's more accurately going to be seen as the villain, But part of the problem and what's scary, or not problem with the movie, but what's scary about this movie is that in some ways he's her only lifeline to actually grappling with what her traumas are, and the sadness and the tragedy of the victim as being forced by her predator to actually confront those things is a very deeply rich, psychologically fraught but fascinating look at trauma that only the predator can actually help her get over or come to terms with or compartmentalize that grief or that trauma. It's a very rich and tough message, but one that I think is nonetheless very idiosyncratic.
Which is weird because
Hitchcock himself
I think it's both intentional and unintentional.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think all of this film's brilliance is intentional.
No,
I think part of it is that Hitchcock is being so open about his perversity that naturally that just is in of itself a portrait of perversity.
Right. As far as the other actors, there's not a whole lot of other big actors in the movie. I just want to mention
them quickly.
Diane Baker as his former sister-in-law, and I don't really remember a lot of these people in the movie, I'll go ahead and say, but wow, look at that.
That's
Martin Gable as Marnie's ex-boss at some point. Louise Latham as Marnie's mother. She's in quite, here and there in the movie, quite good. Bob Sweeney is Mark's cousin Bob. I'm not sure which person that's supposed to be there in that picture. There's two people.
Yeah.
One we remember, Alan Napier,
who most people would probably recognize, played Alfred in Batman, the animated series, plays his father, Mark's father.
Yeah. And then we'll just do one more here. Bruce Dern,
legend, hero of the pod,
as the it turns out to be the predator that ruined her life.
Yeah, and that's not heroic.
No. But it's interesting, that he was in this and then was later in Family Plot. So he kind of worked with Hitchcock kind of at the end of Hitchcock's career. But
and some of them later movies when he was younger,
right?
Yeah, and he's got some good little stories. I think mostly about Family Plot. I think more so.
Yeah, because he was he's only in one scene of this movie at the very end. Yeah, really weird. But it's very weird to just see. Oh, by the way, Bruce Dern as the predatory sailor at the end of the movie. It's just like, oh, okay. Like when who he at the time, it wasn't anything. It was just like some guy who cares who he is. But yeah, now it's like, oh, Bruce Dern. Okay,
yeah.
But anyway, yeah. Because it's mainly, that's another thing that speaks to the movies, it's mainly Hendren and Connery.
Right.
I mean, there are other actors in the movie, clearly, but
those are the two big stars.
Yeah. The movie was made for $3 million. It made $7 million. It's important to note that, a lot of Hitchcock's movies were seen as these kind of smut pictures and weren't taken as seriously.
Big popular entertainment.
Yeah, where they made a lot of money, but critically weren't always all that beloved and weren't really cared about, except for by the French.
Yeah.
Usually.
And this is going to transition, I think, into us talking about what Hitchcock means to us in general. I mean, we have always lived in an era where Hitchcock has been held up as this high artistic auteur. And that was around the time the whole word auteur was starting to become more of a big buzzword. To take in perspective, though, of the elevation of who Hitchcock was critically in the United States is really to kind of say, imagine a world in which J.J. Abrams, all of a sudden, there are these critics around the world that are like, J.J. Abrams is actually the best director working today.
That Rob Zombie is an awesome film.
Yeah. But somebody like J.J. Abrams, they just make these big popular movies. They're not even that good. And trust, I'm not actually saying that J.J. Abrams is a great filmmaker. In fact, he's very deeply flawed. So let me just say that. I don't think he is. But it would be like if somebody did, and you'd be like, what?
Yeah.
Huh? And that, like, of course, Hitchcock is this great master filmmaker. But he was
there
always
were people in America that realized that.
Yeah,
well, I don't want to make
but
it sound
was
like
especially the French New Wave and a lot of these French critics in general who were like, actually, he's really great, and here's why, and talking about those movies and saying, sure, there are these individual movies, but they're all part of this progression of an artist at work, and you can see this early thing in early Hitchcock movies that becomes the most refined version of it in the 50s versions of Hitchcock movies. So let me just say, I mean, that is what it would have sounded like to someone to say, oh, J.J. Abrams is actually this big, grand artist, and you'd be like, are you crazy? Are you smoking something? No one will ever say that about J.J. Well, sadly, who knows? In today's critical discourse, that could very well happen, unfortunately.
Well, people do that every day with Marvel movies.
Actually, Iron Man 2 is actually great. It's like, no, it's not. I saw it.
It's the best Mickey Rourke movie.
It's like, it's not. Yeah. But like, and so
we stand for You're the Dragon. Though, but. You want to talk about a deeply flawed movie?
Yeah,
wow.
I like that.
Oh yeah, no, I love it in its own way.
Yeah.
But.
Hitchcock thoughts.
We're laughing because he still is one of my favorite filmmakers, really. But I mean, we've talked about this a little bit before. I'm going to just do the Cliff Notes version, the Cliff Booth Notes version. Talk about another Predator. Version of this as quick as I can. Alfred Hitchcock meant everything to me at a certain point, and he still does. I mean, I'm not acting like I'm like.
Well, it's very interesting we follow this up with Kubrick because both in many ways were some of the first filmmakers we started to look at and associate with their names and attach that with them.
Yeah.
Both are, quote, known as these big auteurist people. Both have these skeletons in their closet that make them complicated as auteurs. So it's actually very fitting that we follow up our first Kubrick movie with our first Hitchcock movie.
I would say...
Because of what those movies meant to us at certain ages getting into them.
And, for me, when we got our Netflix DVD stuff, I mean... Angus McMurrow.
That's what we talked about last week.
But like some of the first stuff that I rented off of there were Hitchcock movies, and I think I went back and looked. You can like go back and look at the history, and I don't remember now. Maybe I'll do that while we're watching the movie here in a little bit to make sure. I think Vertigo was my first that I saw. That Rear Window, Rope. I think some of those were the first. I love now, and Vertigo is still one of my favorite movies, but. I think now I changed it on the pod a couple weeks ago to Peter's Big Adventure now. But yeah, that Vertigo, the first time I ever saw that, there was a certain sense of, I had seen enough movies by that point to know how movies worked. I was only around 10 years old when I saw the movie, which is insane to me still that I love that movie as much as I did then.
Yeah.
But I knew enough about movies to know there's a rhythm that movies work with. This A, B, C, there's this happened. The Sid Fieldization of like screenplay, like this is the way movies work and this is the only way they can.
Which in many ways was reverse engineered from how classic Hollywood had worked from the very beginning in many ways.
And so...
But then only is further reinforced when everybody reads that book and writes screenplays.
To see a movie like Vertigo where, okay, you've got everything going on, it's a ghost story, blah, blah, blah. One of your main characters is killed halfway through the movie. She's dead.
Yeah.
What happens next? The whole movie is totally open of just like, we have no clue what is going to happen. Like, and I remember just this, it's my favorite section of the movie. It's that whole section in the middle where he's just wandering around and is like damaged, and it's just like, it's just like, what, it feels like the movie's just on autopilot. It's like, what is going to happen? I have no clue. And then you have the character re-enter the movie. Spoiler: the same person re-enter the movie of like they look a lot like that person. What's going on? And then the movie becomes about something totally different. And to see that as a movie at that age, and I think I did understand what the movie was saying. I mean, I'm not trying to be like galaxy brain 10-year-old, but I felt like I really did follow what the movie was trying to say about. And over time, I've more understood it as the movie being about an obsession. Yeah. But I feel like I still understood it at a basic level at that age, and it just really struck a chord with me, and I've felt that way about it since.
And it is very interesting to see that as your first Hitchcock movie, because for me it was the later one I saw. Yeah. But because in many ways, while it is it's Hitchcockian to the Hitchcockian most Hitchcockian, it is very like him doing a freestyle a little bit. It's not as regimented of a plot as a lot of his other movies are. It is a bit of him going off the deep end a little bit and trying something new and different. And it should be said that movie was not successful when it came out. It now is literally held as perhaps the greatest film ever made, if not one of. Mm-hmm. But at the time, it was seen as like, and he was making a movie almost every year. So it was like, okay, this one he was doing a little something different, whatever. All right, North by Northwest next year already. And so it is fascinating that that's your first one, and it's kind of an atypical one, but also being the culmination of a lot of already Hitchcockian things that had been happening.
And so, in that way, I was sitting thinking this morning about this. I was like, it would have been interesting if Hitchcock would have made different types of movies, not always the thriller, not always the mystery. But then I kind of sat and realized, no, he did make those types of movies, even within that, as far as making a movie like Vertigo, which is very much a romantic drama, or, even they weren't like westerns, but like even making a movie like North by Northwest, which is very much in a lot of western settings. It moves all over, and that movie moves all over the place. But and then I kind of sat and thought, no, he kind of did make all those movies in its own weird way. That
stamp on it that makes it feel like Hitchcock was the genre.
And even a movie like The Wrong Man, which is like a very insular, it's a docudrama. It's a very weird kind of movie, and it feels a lot like those kind of 50s Preminger, 12 Angry Men, on the waterfront type of movies
Realism.
that were very much of like a method type of acting style and narrative style that isn't that, but that The Wrong Man isn't exactly that, but it feels like Hitchcock doing his version of it. It's very weird. So he made a lot of different types of movies.
He made some comedies too. And all his movies have comedy in them.
I guess he never really made a musical, but that's the only real thing.
But he never did make a musical. But the collision of Bernard Herrmann's music with certain set pieces in his movies make them feel.
I feel like there's the
section,
and I say that, and then I start thinking there is the section in The Man Who Knew Too Much, the remake, that is. It's one of the most famous sequences in any movie. That it is very much playing as a music. It is a musical in its own way. Everything that happens in that, so in its own way,
he made horror movies, and Psycho's one of the most iconic horror movies ever made. Even something like this is not technically a horror movie, but it's kind of like Spencer in the sense of it deals with some surrealism and it deals with like emotional, psychological kind of horrors as well.
So. So it sounds funny to just kind of just go limp-wristed and kind of just phone it in on what to say about Hitchcock, but it's just like, I don't know, I've been talking about Hitchcock, and everybody's been talking about Hitchcock for their whole lives to the point where I'm just like, I don't actually really have a whole lot to say constructively about Hitchcock other than he is one of the greatest filmmakers, if not the greatest filmmaker, that has added so much to cinema that to sit and talk about it, we would need a whole podcast in itself to do.
One of the few filmmakers that have their own adjective that actually deserves it, as far as Hitchcockian. What is Hitchcockian?
Sure.
Kubrickian is sometimes said as well.
But so love Hitchcock, even though he's a complicated man in itself.
Yeah, and I think. All that too, as I said last week at the end, Vertigo is a movie that for me, I totally understood what the plot was, but I just was not on the emotional wavelength of that movie when I first saw it, and I'm wrong on that because I saw it again. I saw it in a Hitchcock class, and the next time I would have seen that movie, I would have realized this anyways. If it was just by myself, totally unconnected to that, I realized this. But to see that as these progression of movies, and then you get to that, was an overwhelming experience. And then, as I said last week, like anytime that movie is literally just said out loud, like the next time I will say Vertigo now, or you will say the name Vertigo, that movie only grows in my estimation of how dense it is. That movie. It's often not classified as noir, but to me is the end result of noir. That is where noir was all leading to, was a movie like that. To be made as big as it was for what can you imagine a movie today like getting the budget that has and the look that has and the imprint that has being made by a studio being made today? The only thing that could come even close to that, I think, is probably Gone Girl by David Fincher. Is the only thing I can think that is that perverse and messed up to be made as a studio movie. That's the only thing I can really think of that has any kind of comparison. And what's ironic is it was coming out the October of 2014, that movie did, when I was having that Hitchcock class. So I just felt like a lot of stuff was going on there to me. And so, again, I saw Vertigo again, and it just really blew my mind, and that's just something that my favorite Hitchcock movie has always been and probably forever will be North by Northwest. But Vertigo and Marnie are both like way up there too. And Psycho's a movie that I've always liked, but has only grown in my estimation. The Birds also, Rear Window. I mean, that the technique of that movie is just extraordinary. So that's for me, I'm sure to an extent for you as well. When you think of Hitchcock, you're mostly thinking of 50s and 60s Hitchcock, and he made all these other movies before that, like Notorious. That's a particularly great movie, made in the mid 40s.
Or Strangers on a Train.
But I mean, the 50s, 60s era Hitchcock was really him at his kind of height.
That wasn't a 50s one.
Not only commercially, but artistically. I mean, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, that and the combination of his cameos in his movies. He's one of the few directors that people just know what they look like across the board, even now. Oh, that's Alfred Hitchcock. And part of it, he looks like a penguin waddling around.
Yeah.
But, like, I mean, but he was someone who was, like, willing to put himself out there as a celebrity director. And that was something that was relatively new in the 50s and into the 60s. What about, like, those 50s Hitchcock movies into the 60s as well, for you separate them as kind of the culmination of his artistic journey?
Well, and as part of, we can kind of move on to our next part about this, is that there's the maturation of his whole career that I felt like was constantly revising his own style, remaking some of his own movies.
Directly or indirectly.
Right, because North by Northwest is pretty much a remake of the movie Saboteur in a lot of ways.
Well, it's Saboteur, it's 39 Steps, it's Foreign Correspondent, it's like all those spy espionage movies, all in its most perfect finished package.
And
by
so,
that point.
And in its own way, Vertigo is kind of a remake of Rebecca.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, so in that way, he's always constantly revising himself, and I feel like at that point he was really getting into this zone of, I really know how to make these the most effectively, the most shockingly, the most perversely, like the most of everything.
Yeah.
And I guess it's just also, the ability to get past the censors a little more, and just the language of film was changing, and foreign films and international films were becoming more of an item in America in the 50s and 60s, and that I feel like that in its own way was just influencing him to do different things that worked better.
Right. Yeah. And that's ideally, I think, what most directors should become as they age. They become, and not many do, but like the most like refined versions of themselves. I think of older directors now, like, say, Martin Scorsese or David Lynch, quite literally my two favorite filmmakers ever. They're not necessarily the most versions of themselves, but as I've talked about in the past, they've kind of moved into the old man versions of themselves, which I really appreciate in terms of, I'm going to return to things you've seen me do before, whether it be the gangster movie or whether it be Twin Peaks, but I'm going to do it from a little bit more of a slower, subtler, removed place. And the brilliance that's come from things like The Irishman or The Return.
Yeah.
Hitchcock, and one thing I really value about this movie in particular, because I think Psycho kind of represented the three film run, particularly, of Vertigo, North by Northwest, and Psycho.
Yeah.
There will never be a director that makes three movies consecutive. Every once in a while on film Twitter, speaking of film Twitter, it's like, ooh, what's the best consecutive run of movies? There will never be anything that will touch those three movies ever.
Yeah.
Go ahead and put it out there. Guaranteed. If that happens, I'm wrong. I'll admit it. There will never be anything that those three movies, the brilliance of those. And so you've seen more of the post-Psycho movies than me. But what's fascinating about The Birds and then this is that I feel like he knows subconsciously he has reached a certain artistic height. And so his movies are going to become a little bit less about plot. They're going to kind of just be a little bit more expressionistic in some ways. And that by not being as concerned with the plot, he starts to fall back on some of his own hallmarks. And as Richard Brody suggests in this Marnie piece, which I want to read from here in a little bit, reveals and is more explicit about certain own preoccupations about himself that are very fascinating and very revealing, and could only be done after he's done everything possible with those run of movies that he's had. What about Marnie to you is indicative of maybe some of these earlier movies? I think in many ways Marnie actually acts as a little bit of a spiritual pseudo-sequel to Vertigo in terms of the obsession of man on a woman and how that can destroy a woman.
Yeah. I think it actually is sort of most similar in a lot of ways to Notorious.
That as well.
In the sense of that taking like a debonair kind of figure like Cary Grant or Sean Connery and kind of dirtying them up and kind of questioning of what do they actually feel towards this female character, whether it be Ingrid Bergman or Tippi Hedren. Now, of course, that is far more like this is a spy plot, so it's not a direct, correlation. But that's the movie I actually think of most, usually when I think of that.
Well, it's interesting too. Another thing, all three of them movies, Notorious, Vertigo, and then Marnie, are all about men who find something out about a woman that is, quote, objectively bad.
Yeah.
One is the daughter of like a Nazi.
Yeah.
One is literally
Like
faking her own death, an accomplice in a murder. And then in this woman is stealing from people.
Yeah.
Things that are objectively bad, but then going above and beyond in their own perversity, that they are the villains. Not Notorious, I think, is the most different in this regard. But they themselves become the villains of the story, and that, okay, sure, this woman made a mistake, but you're going to use that as the end-all, be-all excuse to subjugate her to everything that you want them to be, And in that way, those three movies share a pretty stark similarity.
Obsession is kind of similar to, as far as being another Cary Grant movie about a man who's crazy. But yeah, and I'll just say, I do really love Marnie. I think it's really quite good, but I've always felt a little cold towards it. More so, I think, than you. That I find I find it a very interesting movie, but I think it is that kind of later career post Birds Hitchcock. I kind of feel that way about as far as movies like Torn Curtain, Topaz, Family Plot. That I'm kind of just like, I just don't really feel it with some of these. Like, it's just getting kind of. But now this is by far this is kind of the last stop, really. On the Hitchcock train of like, okay, this is the last one that really had something interesting to say.
Yeah.
But the movie, I guess, and what I kind of like about it is that it doesn't rely on all these set pieces and these it's a lot more of an insular movie, but it's just a very uncomfortable movie.
It is, yeah.
And I think that that's part of my kind of coldness towards it. But that makes it sound like I don't like the movie, but I do quite like it. But
it's not something that you eagerly. I'm gonna go watch Marnie again.
Yeah, and now it's a movie that I forget a lot about because I don't intentionally block it from my mind necessarily. But I'm kind of like I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna kind of I'll put Marnie back on the shelf. I'll kind of come, but that's kind of what's exciting about it to me in its own way is that I keep coming back to it. And it keeps feeling a little newer and very ugly. And
I think this will, for me, only be my third time I've seen it. But it's a movie that, especially coming after my reevaluation of Vertigo and some of those other movies that I had not seen or hadn't seen in New Eyes, that I saw for the first time then in 2014 when I saw it, and was just immediately made an impression on me as like, wow, what a perverse, messed up portrait of a director, again, revealing themselves to be a predator and kind of saying, but let me try to excuse it. And they don't. But their attempt to do so is in of itself a revealing, fascinating, novel, cinematic experiment nonetheless. I guess we already talked about kind of
we pretty much got through all that.
I think. Why is this maybe our first Hitchcock movie we decided to do?
Part of it's probably because we love just throwing these curveballs. And just doing something a little different. But I think part of it is because I think it'll be interesting to really it's like not so much wrapped up in the look at this shot where this thing is shown and this perspective. It's a lot more just kind of, I wouldn't even say bare bones because there is a lot of technicality in the movie. But I feel like it's just a lot more of a more grounded, more psychological movie than some of his other ones even are, to a point where it's interesting to kind of dissect. And I feel like it's about different things that some of his other movies aren't, maybe.
And to that end, I want to read a little bit from this
anyway.
New Yorker piece from Richard Brody, who, again, he thinks Marnie is Hitchcock's greatest film, but also sees it in some ways as a rebuke to the celebration of Hitchcock, which I think to be a very fascinating thing. I want to read some excerpts from this. This will be the last thing we'll do before we go to the break. Marnie isn't a horror movie, but it's a movie of horrors, and those horrors are connected to sex. If there's one constant to Hitchcock's career, it's sex. Sexual desire, sexual aversion, sexual fear, sexual repression, sexual gratification. As the engine of human society, at both its best, its occasional acts of heroism, and worse, the crimes that he films with such cunning and such unnerving relish. Hendren's performance is one of the greatest in the history of cinema, and it's inseparable from the pathology of Hitchcock's approach to her, personal and cinematic. Marnie is a woman who is othered to the vanishing point, whose identity is both elusive and absolute, exalted to the height of his passion, and thus rendered utterly passive, statue-like, inhuman, and inanimate in the presence of desire. It's exactly what Hendren had and what Hitchcock elicited. She may not have been the most comprehensively trained actress in Hollywood, but she has a singular presence that mixes alertness and abstraction, a presence that at the same time an absence, and he pushes it to its extreme. There's something else he had said here I want to read. The greatness of Hitchcock's artistry, the musical sublimity of his images, and the emotional power of his stories isn't inseparable from his carnality. Rather, his greatness depends upon the worst and most bestial aspects of his character. Without them, he'd be the artisan of cinematic cuckoo clocks. And what's all too often celebrated in the name of Hitchcock mania is precisely an abstracted craft that isolated from its source of power, from its dynamic principle, from its raison d'etre. So he's basically saying part of the reason Hitchcock was so great was because he was engaging in a lot of his most perverse, messed up qualities.
Yeah.
And I think Marnie is, in many ways, one of the fullest displays of those impulses. Any other thoughts before we?
No, I think
go to the break?
I think that's part of why we're doing it. Adding on to that is that it's like a very pure examination of Hitchcock's own self, and I feel like a lot of his movies were. But
fascinating that he's putting himself as like, oh, Sean Connery represents me.
Yeah.
That one of the last thing we'll end on, something that Tippi Hedren said about Hitchcock on the set of when they were making this Marnie. Let's see. She again has written over the years about their relationship, and as we talked about earlier, the flaws in that. During the filming of Marnie, Hendren found Hitchcock's behavior towards her increasingly difficult to bear as the film progressed. Everyone knew he was obsessed with me. He always wanted a glass of wine or champagne with me alone at the end of the day. He was really isolating me from everyone else. Where's it at? I want to find exactly what she said here. She called him a certain name. Called the director a fat pig in front of the people on set. Hitchcock made only a comment to this about his biographer, John Russell Taylor. She did what no one is permitted to do. She referred to my weight. Okay, so again, that was really affecting for him. Yeah. He didn't make a follow-up movie about anyone calling somebody a fat pig, but
maybe he should have made that version of the Darren Aronofsky movie, The Whale.
Yeah, that could have worked.
Been like my weight problem. Anyway.
So before we get to the trailer, let's just briefly talk about the nature of Hitchcock trailers. They were obviously very iconic in of themselves. One of the few directors, again, and this only added to his public persona as a director who was there up front saying, "This is a movie, this is a film," not acting as though it's like this narrative that just magically appeared that he made the movie. And he's oftentimes in the trailers for his movies. What about Hitchcock's trailers for you, or separate them, or are fascinating as their own memorable artistic statements?
I love the one for the birds. I think that's his best one. Some of the Psycho and the Birds, I think, are the most memorable. Marnie doesn't really do this as a trailer. His is a little bit more like it shows him with a camera. It feels almost like he's like, I don't really know how to present this one because it's so much about sex or whatever. But with those other ones, it's like, I really love the conception of those where Psycho, it's like he's touring the Bates Motel and the Bates house.
Nice, pleasant music.
And it goes on and on and on. Yeah. And it's like, I'm showing you all where all these things happen. And then obviously at the end, it has this very blatant, it's like part of the shower scene. It's very shocking and loud and bombastic. Same kind of thing with the birds, where it's like he's giving this lecture about birds, and it kind of goes on. It's kind of boring, and then at the end, Tippi Hedren runs in, and it's like, oh, they're coming or whatever, and it's just like it lures you in, and kind of sucks you in.
Almost
And
like
then
he
it's
was the master of suspense.
Yeah, and then it just slaps you across the face and says, "This is what I am," you know. And it really is a masterful sense of making trailers, and it's weird because nobody, like I said, nobody else was doing that, and nobody else has really ever done that.
Yeah.
So,
and again, that only added to why people know who he is.
Right.
Is, oh, that's Alfred Hitchcock. And again, Alfred Hitchcock Presents, he was like the Rod Serling in many ways of that in terms of being out up in front. And I don't know if you've seen many of those episodes. I mean, we watched some in college, I remember. And all of them have these like little intros. Some of them are funny. Some of them are trying to be funny. But like of him in the beginning and at the end talking about the stories.
Yeah.
And that would only have added to how people knew him. Oh, that's that guy on TV, or his cameos in the movie. I think he's got one obviously in this as well.
He stares basically right at the camera. It's like towards the beginning.
Like, look at what a pervert I am.
About it. Yeah, he's like, look at me. Yeah.
So we're gonna play the trailer for that, and you can hear it in of itself because he's talking in it. I would recommend you see the very end of the trailer. It's all like visual in terms of the titles.
It's
like
a sex story, a mystery, a detective story, a love story, yes, and more.
Yeah.
Well, it's just that's funny.
So we're gonna play the trailer for Hitchcock.
for
Hitch.
Hitchcock. We're not doing the Alfred We're not doing the Anthony Hopkins Hitchcock movie.
Or the one Toby Jones
the
was
girl.
in, about the birds production.
But anyway.
But so we're going to play the trailer for Marnie, and then we're going to dive right into the movie.
How do you do? I am Alfred Hitchcock, and I would like to tell you about my latest motion picture, Marnie, which will be coming to this theater soon. Marnie is a very difficult picture to classify. It is not Psycho, nor do we have a horde of birds flapping about and pecking at people willy-nilly. We do have two very interesting human specimens, a man and a woman. One might call Marnie a sex mystery, that is, if one used such words. But it is more than that. Perhaps the best way to tell you about the picture is to show you a few scenes. This is Mark coming down the stairs of his family home outside Philadelphia. He is a thoughtful man, dark and brooding. He is, in a sense, a hunter. And this is what he is hunting, Marnie. Seeing her in her mother's modest house, one wonders how two such different people could cross paths. It was certainly not Marnie's idea. Marnie was going about her own business like any normal girl. Happy, happy, happy. Suddenly into this colorful life comes Mark. At first he didn't know what to make of Marnie. She does seem a rather excitable type. What would account for this strange behavior? Has she just realized that she forgot her umbrella?
The colors. Stop the colors.
What colors?
Marnie's trouble goes deeper than that. Far deeper. And this is the problem which Mark must probe. But first, something must be done to calm this girl. Our hero applies mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But that may give you the impression this picture is all sex and no mystery. Not so at all. Here, for example, Marnie is speaking to, I'm not sure who actually, but he is a man from her past, a past she seems to be denying. Oh dear, they're at it again. Let me assure you that this is all in the spirit of investigation. And this, here is further proof that Marnie is a talking picture.
You don't love me. I'm just something you've caught. You think I'm some kind of animal you've trapped.
That's right, you are. And I've caught something really wild this time, haven't I? I've tracked you and caught you, and by God, I'm going to keep you.
That should be quite enough. If you wish to hear more, you will have to buy a ticket. As for which one of them is the wild animal, There are times when I'm not sure. I don't think that was necessary. Actually, I think I should withhold comment, since I'm not certain I understand this scene. I shall leave the explanation to your own vivid imagination. It would appear that Mark has a single solution for all problems. This is not so. Mark is a complex man, dark and forbidding. He can also be kind and considerate. And he is also a troubled man. Troubled because he cannot seem to unravel the mystery of the girl called Marnie.
Here we are. We're back a day later. Ooh, mysteries of time.
Yeah, normally we do this immediately after, but we actually took a break yesterday, so here you are. So to recap, memes suck.
Yep.
And if you don't take Dune seriously, I don't want to know you.
Mm-hmm. Hitchcock.
I mean,
great but problematic.
Yeah, right. Will Smith's family, screw you, and also everything didn't change America. Okay.
Yep. Very good.
Oh, and Spencer was good.
Still.
Yeah.
It didn't get worse.
Change in like 24 hours, yeah.
So we're watching this off the Universal Blu-ray. We're hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bernard Herrmann, like, freaking out.
Here we go again. Another Universal movie, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, well. By the way, if we were going to get paid by anybody, I would prefer it to be Warner Brothers, but... Or as some call it, Warner Bros.
Universal wouldn't be the worst studio, though.
No.
To get a paycheck from.
I mean, we've been doing a lot of their movies, so...
From the novel by Winston Graham.
You know,
Louise Latham.
By the way, I forgot to say this movie has a PG. It ought to have more than that, I think. But
Rated X,
like
yeah.
PG-13.
Bruce Dern, there he is. Alan Napier.
Of course, this is before the rating system, but they went back and rated all these, you know.
Certain movies they did. Well, Hitchcock movies, but there's just a lot of movies that just not rated or whatever. Just didn't get the treatment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. With these, they went back and did, yeah.
What about Psycho?
It's a R.
Okay.
I don't necessarily disagree
with that. Had to
with
be one of those movies that, I mean, by the 60s, the production code was starting to wane anyways, was in its last stages, but that had to be a movie that was huge, you know. I actually don't know a whole lot of that specific history, but I'm sure it really tested the limits of what was going to be in it.
George Tomasini,
ACE. Something very chilling to me about title sequences like this, or in general, that like you don't see the hand. It's just like looks like it's magically happening.
Rita Riggs. Riggs. I got a bomb. Yeah. Well, we'll quit there.
Yeah. Just go look up Jordan Peele's Donald Glover impression. Danny Glover impression.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Well, he got mad about that one time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we made sure that name be super big. It's always been very striking.
Then it just kind of starts. It's like,
like this yellow bag. What's she got in there?
And the French were like,
oh my god, like,
oh my god, film.
Poetic cinema, Tarkovsky, but whatever.
Not French.
Somewhere in the continent.
Who did not die well. He did, actually, in the 80s, but whatever.
So, scratch that.
So, zilch, baby.
Imagine, like,
robbed.
First line
yeah.
of the movie.
Precisely as I told you over the telephone. And that girl did it. Marion Holland. That's the girl. Marion.
Like I said earlier, or yesterday, in my case, moments ago in your case, that, you know, this is like, another Marion stealing from her, you know, where she's
and we had
working,
talked about that, how it's like kind of a alteration on Psycho, that it's like she goes into it much more kind of half-heartedly, kind of, kind of, sheepishly, worriedly, and then eventually he's like, oh, I need to go back and give the money back. It's like, and this, it's like she's successful, doesn't care, like, more effective, like, but she's damaged inside, like, okay.
Now, Mr. Stratt, don't you remember? She didn't have any references at all?
One of the most interesting parts of Psycho,
real like Susan Plachette vibes here,
is early on,
Suzanne
where
Plachette.
after she's left, she's starting to feel some regret and like, oh, maybe I should go back and take the money back, but then she never gets that opportunity. So I gathered.
Well, pretty good with no reference. It's supposed to be Southern, by the way. Black
yeah,
Hell.
Sean Connery is a Southerner. Like.
Yeah. Yeah, I think all women have legs, sir.
Yeah.
But, or most do, anyway.
His Mr. Strut.
Love to watch him strut. Ooh, now, now. One of my favorite Bob Seger songs. Little Witch. 20 years. I don't think she get 20 years, but.
All the setup.
This guy reminds me of somebody.
Resourceful?
This guy, not the other guy.
Yeah.
This guy, there's something about this guy.
Yeah. Something about this Bond. Hitchcock, he's coming up here, ain't he? Or is he?
Yeah, he's right here, yeah. Why?
What do we think in general about the idea of the Hitchcock cameos?
I think they're stupid, but I mean, my favorite one is probably the most blatant one, which is in North by Northwest, where it always says his name, and I think that's kind of funny. But plus, I think the earlier in the movie you get it, the quicker you can get over it. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
And most of them actually are pretty early on.
Yeah.
The one in Vertigo is the one in Vertigo is so brief, it's pretty much pointless, really. But
yeah, it could be anybody else. Yeah.
It's always usually him walking by or something, like the one in Psycho. Most of his actually are pretty early on, but I'm trying to actually think of one that isn't. I don't really know. Well, there's the one in Rear Window where he's like in the other apartment, and I think that's still pretty early on though. But
she all of her gizmos and accessories,
as Marlon Brando once said in the terrible film Last Tango in Paris.
Another problematic.
All your little goodies, The
You've
one good
you've
scene
seen
in that movie.
I've
Yes,
not
it's
seen
not.
it.
It's not good. It feels like this sounds like a strange thing to say, but I had just seen "Call Me by Your Name" around that time when it had come out. When I first saw that,
this is our first time we see Tippy's face,
and that's almost like. Also, I'll get back to the "Call Me by Your Name" thing in a minute because I know you're really dying to hear about it. That's almost also like an opposite of Psycho, where she's wearing the white bra, then she wears the black bra. It's like the opposite of she's becoming blonde-headed and she was black headed, brunette, whatever. Anyway, so anyway, Your Honor, it's seen "Call Me by Your Name" it was like early 2018. And and then just after that, I had seen that movie for the first time, Last Tango in Paris, and it felt like it was kind of its version of that for the time.
Yeah.
Except far more shocking because, really, I mean, as great as it is, I mean, there's not a whole lot that's blatantly shocking about "Call Me by Your Name" for like modern, sensibilities.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that it was, of course, controversial that he is technically an underage, like 17, and that was kind of weird, whatever. And what's even weirder about that now is after the fact about the Armie Hammer stuff. But it felt like it was kind of a version of that, but just not good, So, anyway, that's what I thought about at the time. But, it's just not good. I mean, it's not even all the sexual stuff, which is awful in it, but, it's just not a good movie. I don't know. It's just, which is interesting because we had seen the other Bertolucci movie, The Conformist, which we quite like.
Yeah, that's really good.
And I really thought
It's
that was
usually held
good,
up as his best film.
Yeah,
anyways,
and I want to see other movies of his like 1900 and The Last Emperor and other stuff. But
I guess she got away with it. I guess it's all wrapped up already, huh? Well.
I mean, The Conformist did have the guy that was the Black Hand, Fanucci.
Oh,
and,
right. I always remember how fake these sequences look in the horse.
Romani. I always remember this image of this tree is really weird. Like, lives like right next to the docks. Like, okay,
but there's a lot of rear screen projection in Hitchcock movies, and it does add. It depends on the movie and the narrative, but to that dreamlike, surrealist quality of his, like especially a movie like Vertigo, like.
He loves having children sing in movies. Really.
Yeah.
For me.
That figures.
That figures. Scum.
I love that hair she's got.
Yeah.
It's like a hive or something.
Hello, Mama. Well, I just was Marnie. You're the very limit.
Like, okay, that's more of a southern accent than what Connery's going for. Obviously, color red plays a very prominent role in this film as a trigger.
I brought you some chrysanthemums. Gladiolus, a brand fresh. Miss Cottonbottom told me only last night. I never could stand gladiolus. I'll get rid of these.
For lamb, Marnie, now watch the dripping.
Here, Jessica, why don't you take these home?
Go get the dressing for the turkey. Like.
We've talked about before because we've done a lot of Universal movies, but the subtitles are always oriented to where the character is in the movie, which is actually very interesting. And I would imagine, a little more time consuming than traditional.
Yeah, because they used to do that on a lot of the Universal monster movies. Is the first time I ever saw them do that. Well,
it actually does help you if you really do genuinely need it. Like, who is speaking?
Right,
like,
no, it really is a good thing. And especially if you've got multiple people talking over each other, you could do it. I don't ever see them do that necessarily, but...
I see that you've lighted up your hair, Marnie.
Why, Miss Lucky?
No. Just be upfront about it. Mama.
Track the man. Man.
I brought you something, Mama.
There was that one Bertolucci movie I know that Michael Pitt was in. It's like one of them newer ones, and it was like one of them movies you can tell, so, ooh, old man trying to still get his freak on. Let me look.
We don't talk smart about the Bible in this house,
Missy.
The Dreamers. Yeah, with Michael Pitt, Eva Green, and Louis Garrel.
Okay.
Like this. Real high up under the chin.
About the 68 student riots in Paris.
Going around buying fur pieces like there's nothing.
Mr. Pemberton gave me another raise.
I told Miss Cotton my daughter is private secretary.
My daughter said...
She was his very own daughter.
Don't you want to get my hair brushed up if my mommy gets home?
From Mama. So we're gonna do this whole movie. He's like Commander Stringway, so like,
When he's little.
The side of the street don't get afternoon sun. I get my leg aching for more.
I got the hairbrush.
Marnie, mind
My
my leg.
leg.
she's like, yeah, you're not wanted here. Get away from me.
Away from me.
No, but then she lets her sit on her leg.
Yeah, I thought I had heard this. I was just looking. It says, making of a documentary for the DVD release, unit manager Hilton A. Green explains that the shooting was set to begin on November 25th, 1963 in California. Had to be postponed during the nation was in mourning of JFK, who had been assassinated 3 days before. So that was literally happening right before this started.
Yeah.
As pretty as brushing can make you. Ooh, sugar pop, it's 6:05. You better.
It's 6:05.
Be sure to take your mama those glasses.
How about my pie? How about my pecan pie?
Get it done tonight and bring it over to you. Now, Jesse, you mind you go straight home.
Okay. Bye, Miss Bernice. See you later, Miss Bernice.
Do you really like the scarf, Mama? It's real mink. Oh, there, you look just like an old man's darling.
No man ever did me anything so good.
Oh, we don't need men, Mama. We can do very well for ourselves.
Decent woman don't have need for any man.
Right, they're saying the same thing, but they're finding a way to argue about it.
I told her
Well, obviously, the mama thinks Marnie's a little too fresh, a little too out there, I guess.
As Genesis said, Mama, Mama. We'll be seeing them in a few weeks, by the way.
Yeah. 2 weeks from this day we're recording. We'll have an update on that eventually.
Yeah,
we'll
I
talk
guess
about
so,
the
yeah.
experience.
As long as it don't get canceled or something happen, you never know nowadays. Especially with Phil Collins' health, so.
Right. Yeah, because he's not playing drums on it, right? Yeah.
No.
Marnie, I've been thinking seriously about asking.
The combo of drums and vocals has always been strange to me to think about. Because I don't know, I always guess because most frontmen are guitarists, and so they.
Well, that was what's always
too.
been kind of strange about Paul McCartney playing bass and singing.
Right.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, literally you could play any position and sing.
Yeah, that don't really matter.
Yeah,
but it's just what you normally see.
Much part of that goes back to Phil Collins started on drums and then made his way into singing after Pierre Gabriel left. But anyway, this isn't a Genesis podcast right now. Joseph Cotton, one of them. The Reverend Doctor.
Yep, the Reverend Doctor himself. In this house, we respect Joseph Cotton as the Reverend Doctor.
Will you never give me one part of the love you give, Jesse? Mama?
Obviously, we're going to see as this goes on that we're already seeing that Marnie has this very pronounced sense of arrested development, that she still feels like a child in many ways, robbed of her childhood. And
yeah.
Though she's progressed into being a woman, she's still emotionally a very vulnerable person.
I never.
God, when I think of the things I've done to try to make you love me, the things I've done.
I love she's not even saying, no, I do. She's like, yeah, well, you got it
right.
right.
Right. She's not protesting, yeah.
What do you think they are? Things that aren't decent? Is that it? Well, you think I'm Mr. Pemberton's girl. Is that why you don't want me to touch you? Is that how you think I get the money to set you up?
Whoa. You knew that was going to happen.
I'm sorry, Mama. I don't know what got into me talking like that.
She's going to pull a whole like, get out of here. I need to go sleep over yonder.
Need to finish up pecan pie.
She looks like Jimmy Carter kind of too. I mean, my daddy was a nut farmer. Need to come pick him up for the harvest.
The nut harvest.
Bringing in the sheaves. Anyway, there's a TV over there.
Yeah. Wonder what's been watched on it. Many hundred minutes. Like.
Oh, Ralph.
Oh, Ralph. Money's got some problems.
I don't want to. Oh, no. Marnie, wake up. Marnie? Don't make me move, Mama. It's too cold. Wake up, Marnie. You're still dreaming. Get washed up. Supper's ready. I was having that old dream again.
Lazy old dream.
I said supper's ready. It's always when you come to the door. That's when the cold starts.
I done told you.
You think about it, like, so far, what is the plot? It's just like, okay, she stole money and she's over here with her crazy mama. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nothing else. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just like it's not moving forward in any real way. And because again, a lot of Hitchcock movies are like this and this and this and this. Like, this is where you're starting to see a little bit of a slowdown of that. What I really love on these, a lot of these Blu-rays of these older films, especially Universal actually does this more so than some other studios, is level of grain they sometimes leave on it. It's, you know.
Crash kills 118.
Wow.
Like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then Kennedy's doing something. Well, not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Probably what they planned for.
Mm-hmm.
Rutland and Company.
Already changed the hair again.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny because she was like, you lighten up your hair. It's like, well, what's her hair look like normally?
Yeah.
Like,
what is the normal?
What is she? I mean... James Bond. It's you. Miss Klebben. Hello, Klebben. Hey there, Klebben.
Klebben sounds like some like second or third rate thug in an action movie that like betrayed somebody. And it's like Klebben, like
Craven,
like Edge of Darkness.
Which I haven't even seen, but.
I love how just informal.
I guess we gotta do it. Like,
guess we gotta interview you for a job or whatever.
And then he's gonna say yeah to it because he's like, I'm curious.
Because he's sick. He's way sicker than her, by the way.
That was a really great shot of like her in front of the safe and then moving. Like all she wants is the safe.
Well, Mr. Ward, I have good training, but I've had very little actual experience. Kendall's was my first real job. After I finished school, I was married. My husband was a CPA, and he helped me keep up with my training. I learned a great deal more from him. Accounting, cost price, even something about computers.
I see.
When my husband died very suddenly last November, well, he left me a little money, but I felt I needed work. Good, hard, demanding work. I got the job at Kendall's, but it wasn't a very exacting position, and there didn't seem much immediate chance for anything else at Kendall's.
It's very interesting that most of this scene is shot with looking at Connery as watching her. This is almost a subjective first person shot of her from his perspective.
Mrs. Taylor, why did you leave Pittsburgh?
Well, after my husband died, I just...
Oh, Mrs. Taylor, this is a post of subcontract.
Oh, please, let me have a chance to prove myself, Mr. Ward.
Very well, Mrs. Taylor. I suppose you might as well report to work.
Might as well.
Malls.
If you find the time, like.
Miss Klebben.
Yeah, we might have mentioned this on this pod before. I don't know, but like, there's a restaurant in Wilmington called Might As Well or Malls. Can you think of a worse name for a restaurant than Might As Well? Like, well, the other ones are flooded or burning.
The passing parade, right?
Might as well go here.
Operation
I guess.
Grand Slam.
Operation Grand Slam. What a Goldfinger.
Hello, Mr. Sam. How's the curmudgeon business?
Oh, Miss Maverick.
Is Mark in there? I'm looking for a free lunch and somebody to cash a check for me.
I thought I'd stick Mark for the lunch and you for the cash.
Go right on there.
Nah.
Your social security card, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, of course.
She's like,
Here's the dish.
I'm a total beggar. Like,
I believe she's found the work exacting enough. Okay, Mrs. Taylor. Miss Claiborne, will you call
Claiborne. Leave us.
Leave us, Claiborne.
Leave us, Miss Claiborne. I hope y'all think this is as funny as we do.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why you're coming to this podcast if you don't.
Yeah,
like,
if you're
at this
made
point,
this far, then
W4s.
if you're made this far, you're in a might as well kind of mood.
Watching the keys.
Casing the joint.
I just wanted to make sure about a reservation. Well, why don't you call me back? All right, anytime. Thanks, Mr. Sam. I'll try not to do anything sensible. Bye, Miss Claiborne. Bye.
Miss Claiborne.
Manly, Mr. Rutland's sister-in-law. Her sister was Mr. Rutland's wife. Was? She died about a year and a half ago. Some kind of heart.
A lot of mysterious deaths so far, you know.
Yeah.
Only 29. That's.
Oh, that's who that is. That actress Diane Baker. She was in The Silence of the Lambs as like the senator mother of that girl that gets kidnapped in the movie.
Oh, okay.
Thought she looked familiar.
That's good. Nearly 30 years after this, I guess. Anyway.
All right. Well, if it was like 20 years later, it's
Yeah.
like, what?
The long con.
Yeah.
It is 1984.
The stock market is
Like Burt Lancaster is president.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
what their assumptions would be.
I love I just left it as the stock market is, and then just the secret formula. If you watch SpongeBob, yeah. And if you haven't, why?
I think I've told you this before. The first time I ever saw that episode, I remember it was at our Aunt Sarah's house. It's the middle of the day, and then it got to the end of that episode. The Krabby Patty secret formula is, and then it immediately ends. I remember being so mad, thinking that the cable messed up or something.
Yeah,
didn't
it was
tell me.
like The Sopranos.
Yeah.
Was only.
Three board members, the acting president, president's secretary, and the secretary's secretary.
Coffee time, ladies.
Why don't you go get one?
Just coffee, donut, Danish?
Have I got for you a Danish?
No, just coffee. Oh, I'm
Just leave me alone.
Here, use mine. Oh, I'll get it. No, I will.
That con.
There's that Red again.
So what would happen if she saw the movie Red?
Red or Red?
Are you hooked?
I think she's got to find out.
Find out.
Find
The
out.
way he talks to people is just like insane.
Find out.
Of course I'm all right. I just built it in.
Get on that and let me know.
When you rushed out of the office, Mr. Rutland standing out there, he said he thought you were hurt.
Well, I'm not. All that happened was I spilled a little ink on my blouse. Good heavens, what a lot of excitement over nothing.
What if I did that at school in the middle of teaching, accidentally spilled some water on my pants? I just like ran out real quick, and everybody's like, "What?" Like, there's a lot of water that gets spilled in my room, by the way.
Yeah, mine too.
If any of my students ever listen to this, which, you know, whatever, just know I'm talking about you. So. Made it a rule where they have to keep them up on my file cabinet now. So that's what it's come to. Like, I'm sure that happens to you too. Like they work to do it. Sometimes it's just like, I don't know, whatever.
Locking and unlocking that drawer.
He never can remember the safe combination. It's kept locked up in that drawer. Mr. Rutland and I have the keys to it, too, for emergencies. It's only 5 numbers, for Pete's sake.
Hey, what an idiot.
Mrs. Taylor, I've just had a call from Mr. Rutland, Mrs. Taylor. He remembered you're saying you'd be willing to work overtime. He wondered if you'd be prepared to work on Saturday.
Saturday? Of course, Mr. Wood. What time?
2:30. I'll advise Mr. Rutland that you are available.
Are available.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Like,
She's looking at him like, yeah, can you believe this guy? Like, all the random numbers we're asked to remember in life, I was like, that one more wouldn't be that big a deal. Especially you're doing it every day.
yeah.
You're doing it every day and you can't remember? Like,
I would think that would be an easy one,
Yeah.
yeah. It's interesting that he's basically just setting her up.
Yeah.
He's just like, I want you to steal it. Like,
yeah.
I'm hungry. Like,
And then he's just like waiting like a sicko. Like,
Yeah.
oh,
Like-
yeah, I'm going to wait too. Like, you just.
I can play a long game with Commander Strangways.
With Grand Slam.
With Grand Slam. Schlam. My schlam out. Rock with your schlam out. Are you interested in pre-Columbian art? She's dead. She's dead. Speaking of, roar.
Roar.
What did you train her to do?
To trust me.
Is that all?
Well, that's a great deal for a Jack Ramsey.
What?
Shall we get to work?
Shall we get to work?
You can use the typewriter all
Need you
the
to
time.
work.
It's gonna be the whole movie now. Just an impression. Yeah. Oh, he's a Southerner though. Don't forget.
That's why we can do it.
So like he's just so this is like in Philadelphia, right?
I think so.
That's what it says on the safe.
Okay.
And then she said her Pittsburgh connections or something earlier.
Her Pittsburgh connections. Yeah.
But so like it's set in Philadelphia. He's a Southerner who
Isn't
has a
she from the
Scottish
South
accent.
too, though? I guess.
Well, her mama is, anyways.
Instinctual behavior.
Is this all really just a parable about don't leave the South or bad things
Well,
happen?
that's what I would agree with. Southern man, bullwhips cracking. Criminal class.
Baby animals figure very largely as predators.
It says her mother is in Baltimore.
Okay.
And this is in Philadelphia. So.
Thunder Flash.
Do you not like it?
The overhead light if you like.
Like.
If you'd like.
Why she throw her hands up? And he's just like,
what a sicko that he's like watching all this and not really doing anything about it.
I think I had read the chapter of the Hitchcock Truffaut book on this, on Marnie.
Yeah.
And talked about in the original novel that there were like scenes between her and a therapist or a psychiatrist, and that a lot of that stuff got transferred onto Connery's character, how he, tries to psychoanalyze her and figure her out. That some of that was already there, but some of that was also stuff done in some therapy scenes,
Right.
and that it condensed it into just being him.
Which is kind of more interesting in a way than...
Yeah.
Yeah. What colors? Like, what? I love he just acts like that's not that big of a deal.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, like, wow.
I mean, it's, you'd want to worry about the woman freaking out in your room, but also, by the way, a tree limb fell through your window, so,
Did it knock over that stuff at his wife's,
and
too,
then
by
he's
the
just
way?
like, whatever.
No.
You're going to be my new honey bunny. Like,
she's dead.
She's
The only
dead.
stuff of hers I've kept under wraps with strangways.
What is it? He says, the guy who, You Only Live Twice dies of the piranhas. Like, bon appetit. Or there's not piranhas,
No,
but
that's
sharks.
what it is. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Piranhas are very hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too bad we never got I bet Sid Telly Savalas would be funny. But guy played Blofeld.
Donald Pleasance.
Donald Pleasance.
Telly Savalas also did play Blofeld. But.
Yeah.
They're saying never in a Hitchcock movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Duke. Bon appetit. I love you. Repeat it, please, to make sure you get it. I get it.
I get it. We quote this stuff all the time.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, like.
Well, we've all got to go sometime.
That's such a Bond moment, you know. We've all got to go sometime. Let me ride you home. I mean, drive you home.
Go get your things.
Get your things now. You're fired.
It's cold and damp here. I must get the maintenance people.
What a weird line.
What a weirdo.
I must get the maintenance people in.
And while he's just staring at her the whole time.
Yeah, because what's so weird about all this so far is like, okay, so he knows she's a thief. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, how would he know that there's anything else wrong with her?
Right.
You know, it's just like...
making a huge leap.
Right, it's like...
He sees her for who she really is.
Oh, criminals are insane. Like, or something like me.
Oh, no, please, I'd like to hear.
You like racing?
I like horses. I go to the races when I can.
Was your husband a track fan?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you go alone now?
Yes.
I'm gonna go with you.
Atlantic City tracks open till the end of the month. We could drive out there next Saturday.
Saturday.
All right.
Saturday.
Are you fond of horses?
No, not at all.
No.
I just want to make money off them.
I'm just a freak. I'm just a freak leak. This guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's watching.
60s man.
He watches so that others do not see. I mean...
60s spy watching.
I mean,
other
literally,
60s spy.
if you saw a man doing that with like a newspaper, like, wouldn't you think that's strange?
Yeah.
Like,
you would think he would have had like actual binoculars and acting like he was looking at the track.
right? Not
but it's
like
way
a
weirder
newspaper,
to have a newspaper
yeah,
just looking.
because there
through
was
it.
another guy behind him that had it.
Yeah.
Lemon pudding it is.
I mean, they're sitting even closer and they're using binoculars.
Do they have Grand Slam? You need to bet on Grand Slam. Like
having a Grand Slam breakfast.
Poached eggs.
But you're Peggy Nicholson, aren't you? Remember me?
Paul Rubens looking guy.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said, aren't you Peggy Nicholson?
No, I'm not.
Yeah? I was pretty sure you were. You know, when I first saw you down here.
No, I'm sorry. You've made a mistake. I am not Miss Nichols.
Nicholson.
Nicholson.
Frank Abernathy introduced us a couple years ago in Detroit. Frank Abernathy. You remember Frank?
She's doing a good job of just being like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know anyone named Frank Abernathy. Now, will you please go?
Oh, come on now, honey. You're trying to pull my leg, aren't you?
Now, why should any young lady want to pull your leg?
Oh, sorry. I thought I recognized this lady.
Did you recognize her?
No.
You did not recognize her.
I'm sorry.
Well, good for you. You apologized nicely. You may go now.
You did not recognize her. Like it's a daggum Jedi mind trick or something. Who's your fan? First thing I thought she said, the subtitle said, guess I have one of those feces.
That would have to get a stool sample later. Wow, look how big that cigar looks. Well, it's not like super thick, but it's just
I
don't know.
Mutel Windows?
Is that Mutual? I guess that's supposed to be, but with an E. I don't know. I don't know.
It's all a bunch of BS anyway.
I believe that's our old friend
Telepathy.
Yeah, number 8.
Yeah.
The red.
Oh my gosh.
It's a lanky-looking piece of business, but I bow to your superior knowledge. What is it? What's the matter?
What's the matter now?
Oh, why not?
He's wall-eyed. Can we go now?
hell is he building in there? What if we take the Tom Waits immortal classic, What's He Building in There, and have Sean Connery voice it?
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe what
Well,
Mr. Stitches
first off,
saw.
there's one big obstacle that's in our way of that.
Sean Connery being alive.
Yeah, that's kind of a big one, but
yeah,
I think we can find a way around it.
Yeah, but like, I mean, you wouldn't believe what Mr. Stitches saw. Enough formaldehyde to choke a horse.
Did you have a tough childhood, Mrs. Taylor?
Already the psychoanalysis has begun.
I think you did.
Had an ex-wife from lives in Mayor's Income, Tennessee. It's had a consulting business in Indonesia.
Where did you learn them?
Anyway.
From my brothers. What about your tough childhood, Mr. Rutland?
Oh, the old sad story. Promising youth blighted.
Blighted.
By money, position, noblesse oblige. Now, by the time I
And by noblesse oblige, I extend this to you.
employees who were about to go down for the count.
Employee's about to go down for the count against a boxing match.
Whatever happens to a family that traditionally marries at least one heiress every other generation?
Iris. Traditionally has one earache every year.
Wall-eyed reject just won by 4 legs.
Your wall-eyed reject. Looks like you screwed up. Why? I want to know. Why did you screw me?
Tracks open at the end of the month. That gives us 2 more Saturdays.
2 more Saturdays.
If your luck holds out, by this time next month, I'll be a rich man.
I will blackmail you. Wait until you see my game.
You really are pressing your luck, old boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, why does he keep coming on and on? It's just like, give up.
Yeah.
I will sock you.
Where are we going this time?
I've got a sock with a rock in it.
I'm just swinging around the room.
By the way, I don't know if people think that we're doing a good job on impressing. I think we are, but whatever. You know,
I'll be the judge of the listeners.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's like Sean Connery's voice is so iconic. Everybody does a version of it.
Yeah.
We can do one of it.
Yeah, because we do more of this era than like his like on my shelf, like later, like older version. Well,
I've only ever been to one App State football game, but right before the team runs out, they have the clip of him from The Rock, the Michael Bay movie with Nick Cage, where he's like, "Welcome to The Rock," and then like, they run out because that's the nickname of the stadium.
Meanwhile, Alfred.
Yeah.
Alan Napier.
Look at that dress, just like lounging about.
Mary Taylor. Mary, this is my father.
How do you do, Mr. Rutland?
A girl. Oh, it's all right, Dad. She's not really a girl. She's a horse fancier. Now the track's closed.
Okay, whatever that means.
I mean, he's probably a sicko too, so.
Sickoness is hereditary, as it turns out. As the film Hereditary told us.
Mary, this is my sister-in-law, Little Manoray. Mary Taylor.
Little Mano Ray, like.
I've seen you at Rutland's, haven't I?
The world is me, whatever you can find to do at Rutland's.
Oh dear, I think I rather sprained my wrist this afternoon. There's sure to be droppage and spillage. Would you mind awfully?
Strong tea.
Everything's got to be a game here.
The meals in this house are shocking bad, but I do insist on good horn and hard cake and tea. Now you take yours with lemon, don't you, Lil? Yes, lemon for Lil.
It's interesting. Lil has a Jackie Kennedy quality.
Yeah.
I guess her hair looks kind of like her darker hair, but.
Tea with strong drink. Something sneaky about it, eh?
What's your opinion, Miss Taylor? Do you think old Mark here is a sneaky one?
Possibly.
How do you take your...
And she clearly has a thing for him. Like
Yeah.
her own brother-in-law.
Lazy habit, my dear. And a fine large slice of that butter cake, please.
Butter cake, please.
You're right, Miss Taylor.
A little.
Best thing
Butter
in the world,
cake.
the inside of a man or a woman.
I'm hungry.
I think you'd find old Mark very interesting.
This looks kind of like that room in North by Northwest. He didn't steal Laura's Mercedes.
Didn't steal Laura's Mercedes.
Really? What happened for?
Showing all. I'm quite a presentable old party, you know. Lil, I'm sure your sturdy young wrist has recovered sufficiently to pour Dad another cup of tea. Yes, I will have another.
I wonder if Hitchcock saw in Connery, like, oh, this could be Cary Grant 2.0, like, in terms of, like, younger. Now, of course, I like Connery, but Cary Grant's a generational talent in terms of he can do about anything, comedy, drama, whatever. Connery's not nearly that good of an actor compared to him, but as far as, like, oh, clearly British or of the British Isles here in America actor.
We will walk amongst the tombstones.
Walk amongst the gentrified horses, like.
Will you come out and spend next weekend with us?
You ever listen to some older music like this, like Bernard Herrmann's music, and just kind of want to laugh? Just at the swells of it. Sometimes it's just like, all right.
Well, yeah, this kind of particular Hitchcock 50s period, along with Bernard Herrmann's music, in the 60s, but 50s and in the 60s, is, I don't sometimes myself situate it enough in comparison to the 50s melodramas in terms of it's like more genre-esque melodrama of that time. Obviously, Douglas Sirk is the most iconic kind of the melodrama of that era, but that music adds this kind of larger-than-life, approaching camp quality at times, that is indicative of a lot of melodrama. This is a shot that I've always really remembered and stuck with me.
Kind of reminds me of, talk about a rip-off artist, Brian De Palma.
Oh, really?
There's that moment in Blowout where that woman is in that stall and or no, I guess I don't remember if it was a woman or a man. I think it was a woman.
Well, it's hard to remember sometimes.
Well, but that's that scene where John Lithgow chokes him with a garrote, and it's like, he's probably like, oh, I'll do that scene and do it like in Marnie, that one shot or whatever. So.
Are you saying that Brian De Palma has ripped off Alfred Hitchcock?
Yeah.
And let me just say this. I've actually, De Palma's movies have grown on me a little bit as I've seen more of them and I've gotten a little older. I still don't totally love him, but I do respect him more than I used to, I'll say. But I will say this. I think the elevation of him as an auteur is part of a larger diminishing returns of the culture in many ways, is that Hitchcock movies were once seen as kind of these vile, crass, pulpy movies for entertainment's sake. Then they got elevated to artistic status that many of them deserve to be at.
Yeah.
But then it was all about, what's the next wave of like somebody who is taking from or ripping him off. And then for many, that has since been elevated. And it's just, again, it is a lowering of the standards in some ways, I think, in terms of quality. But But again, De Palma, he has made some good things. I mean, Blowout, I think, is particularly good.
Yeah, I have one of those about once a day. Usually.
A Blowout?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's like, no, I'll leave it open.
I want them to catch me.
Oh my God.
This is a perfect Hitchcock moment of like, you see the gun under the table, but nobody else does. And it's like we see that something both of these characters can't see, and the tension that builds in that. The master of suspense. Her Marnie sense is tingling.
She's gonna get away.
Dead quiet of all this. Again, for all the association with the Bernard Herrmann score, I mean, it seemed like this is playing with no sound or no music.
Well, notably, there was a large sound design for a movie like The Birds.
Right.
But at the same time, it had no music.
Yeah.
So that notably.
And I think it's interesting he followed that decision up after after Psycho to do The Birds like that. That movie was so iconic thanks to Bernard Herrmann's score. But
that guy, he's in some Cassavetes movies.
You're making time tonight, Rita. What's the big rush?
I want to get to bed. That's the big rush.
Oh, Rita.
Rupert Cross is that guy's name. Yeah, he was in Shadows, Too Late Blues, and Ride in the Whirlwind.
Mm-hmm.
And that Gore Vidal adaptation, The Best Man.
Mm-hmm. Your boy.
Gore Vidal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, relatively, I guess.
No, I was reading. I didn't know this. That he was one of the biggest reasons why I don't think Gravity's Rainbow didn't win its
yeah.
What was it? What was it nominated for?
The National Book Award.
I think it won the National Book
Award.
No, it was another one.
Was the Pulitzer Prize?
Pulitzer, maybe.
Why?
That he found it to be an obscene, immoral book or something like that.
Gore Vidal found that to be
exactly.
Obscene
That's
and
what I
immoral.
was shocked by. Yeah, it was Pulitzer Prize for fiction. So I was reading the introduction to that Gravity's Rainbow commentary, and it brought that up, and I looked about it elsewhere.
Meanwhile,
oh, by the way,
at last we communicate.
And don't bother to lie to me. I'll check you out in every detail.
Yes, Edgar. Margaret Edgar.
Now, where are you from?
California.
Where in California?
Los Angeles.
Where's the money?
Where's the money?
Here. Some of it.
Where's the rest?
Oh, don't worry. It's safe.
Safe? Some Perry Mutual window? Or has it gone for an operation for your
Perry Mutual window.
Perhaps you're putting your kid brother through school.
Your kid brother.
For a mother. I don't have anybody.
Not even Mr. Taylor? You know, I wouldn't be a bit surprised to hear that the rest of the haul is with your late husband, Mr. Taylor. Somewhere around these parts, I expect to find him, happily reincarnated, and the pockets of his good blue burial suit bulging with ruffling money.
Bulging. Yeah, and it's interesting that this movie, you think that most of the movie would be concerned with her doing these things, but then it becomes about this whole other sick blackmail game.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
This receipt and the unopened package are as good as a signed confession.
the unopened package. All right.
Oh.
Where's Strangways? People remember this episode of Overlapping Dialogue. It's just like they just did impressions of Connery the whole time.
I mean, how can you not?
She found out about the insurance money. She tried to get part of it. Make trouble for me.
What insurance money?
Insurance.
Mrs. Taylor, she died.
Oh, Mrs. Taylor died. Pity.
Pity.
Now you're working with this naughty cousin Jessie.
Jesse.
Nobody's working with me. You
To cousin
thought
Jessie.
this was some kind of regular thing I do.
Might be
Yes.
cousin.
All planned out. No.
Sean Connery never in Star Wars, never in Strangways.
Yeah, famously, he was offered the role of Gandalf and turned it down in Lord of the Rings, and felt like, oh, I missed out. I need to keep up with the times, and then was offered. Old Sherlock Holmes or the old whoever in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen?
Oh, I think he
Whoever
was
plays.
the guy, the main character of King Solomon's Mines.
Oh,
I
maybe
think.
that's what it is. Yeah. And then that movie flopped and was awful, and he's like, all right, I'm done, retired.
Yeah.
Come on, get moving.
Come on, get up. He's like, you're a practiced little liar or something a minute ago. Old girl.
Now, how did you get the combination to what, say?
Took Susan's key from her purse.
I see.
I see.
I suppose you just begin at the beginning.
It's just like I told you. I was born in Richmond, We were poor. We were grindingly poor. And I was so horribly alone after Mother died.
Well, go on. You still have my attention.
So he's still lying. She's still lying about her that.
Until she died. She left me her house and $5,000 in insurance. I sold the house. It had a mortgage, so I only got $9,000 cash. But there I was with $14,000. Me. I could do exactly what I wanted to with it. There isn't much more. I bought Forio.
Forio?
My horse at Garrett's. I had 2 wonderful years. Then last November it was all gone, so I had to get a job. I went to Pittsburgh and got the job at Kendall's until I could look around for something better.
All right. Let's try again. Let's back up and see if you can turn that Mount Everest of manure into a few facts. One, the dates are all wrong. Previously, you were employed by the firm of Strutt & Company. I saw you there once.
Love to watch her strut. Watch him strut.
Tax consultant for Rutland & Company. He pointed you out to me, and you were a brunette then. And then some months later, he pointed out your absence.
You mean you knew all about that when you hired me?
Yes.
I wasn't puzzled.
No, I didn't know. I'm lying.
I thought it might
I'm a
be
sicko.
I think it'd be interesting to keep you around.
This time you've been trying to trip me up, trap me.
I'm not sure anymore. I think I was just curious at first. And then things got out of control, and I liked you.
So I see.
Incidentally, I think you took a bit of a chance knowing that Rutland was a client of Strutt's.
I didn't. My job at Strutt's didn't give me access to all the clients' names.
Got sloppy.
All right.
Get on. We've established the
Get on.
the lie. Now, what is the degree? Are you a compulsive thief, a pathological liar?
Oh, what difference does it make?
Some. Make some.
But again, you know, a normal person would have, I guess, reported her to the police at this point.
A normal person wouldn't have hired her.
Well,
They would have reported to the police at the beginning.
Yeah, I guess that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying. But it's all about these mind games he's wanting to play, and like him getting off on like, "Ooh, I caught this woman, and she's under my possession now."
I did it. I don't know why. I just kind of went crazy, I guess. But oh, Mr. Strutt was so. Oh, I hated him.
Like you hate me?
Oh, no, not you.
Oh, yes.
Howard Johnson's.
Yes. Let's go have a brandy.
Clean up your face.
Clean up your ugly face. Like, wow. Like, don't get S-faced. Like.
I'm now imagining him and like
Look at him walking around the car like a sicko. Like,
Scream in the '90s, like Henry Winkler-esque older man role. Like,
yeah.
Oh, it's Ghostface. Like,
yeah. Let's see if we can turn this ghost face into a few facts. See if we can turn this ghost face business into a few facts.
Maybe he could have been like Jamie Kennedy's living grandfather or something. They had some scenes together.
God, like, ugh.
Now I can't help but think of '60s and Howard Johnson and not think of Faraway Places from Mad Men.
I'm so terrible making you eat ice cream. There are some inconsistencies in your story. Like everything that you said.
Stolen almost $10,000. Wouldn't you change your name?
No.
Oh, what's the use? Why should I even try to?
I'd want them to find me.
I like the game.
Time to play the game.
I'm a bit of what you would call a gamester.
A spinster.
A gangster. Gangster.
Wankster.
Gangstar. Gangstar Royco. Now him is Logan Roy. Have we talked about our opinions of Succession on here yet?
Yeah, we did at some point.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not in love with it, but you know, we're watching it. We've got it under control. Okay.
Yeah, and we're not really watching much any other new things on TV right now. Even Billions, which we quite liked, I know that's been airing new episodes, and we've not caught up on that. So.
Let me go. I swear I
I can't let you go, Mom. Somebody's got to take care of you and help you. I can't just turn you loose.
That's part of this sick relationship is that he sees her unconsciously before he even knows a lot about her as the father that she never had, I think, or something. Oh, I got to take care of you, old girl.
I'm driving you back to Philadelphia. Tonight we'll go to the house. Tomorrow you'll return to Rutland's. You'll see that Susan's key finds its way back into her purse.
Can I go back to Rutland's?
You're covered. I'll replace the money.
I'll replace the money.
When I called to pick you up yesterday and found you pulled up, I knew instantly what had happened. I went to Rutland's and checked what's safe, figured the loss and replaced it. And I set out to find you. Remember that first day at the races when you were so hot about a horse called telepathy? I remembered you said you'd watched him training as a 2-year-old. That's all I had to go on. So I looked him up and found him being bred by a Colonel Marston of Virginia. I phoned Marston, asked them if they were around there, that they had horses for hire. He gave me the names of 3. Yesterday I drove up to the plains.
Anything else you did? Like,
yeah.
What a freak.
You folks be sure and come back.
No.
Why are you taking me back to Wickwin?
Wigwam.
Because I want to see the wigwam.
Wait. You have the receipt, the post office key, my name.
I've got a tadpole's luck.
Sure you haven't misplaced an old husband or 2 somewhere in your trap?
I told you I've never been married.
Near Mrs.
No. And no lovers, no steadies, no bows, no gentlemen callers, nothing.
Okay. Eat out.
It's bad that it's like Tippi Hedren, I feel like, was in safer hands with daggum, like hordes of birds were attacking her than dealing with this fruitcake. Like,
you're fresh. You're fresh enough. Get up. Giddy up.
What old Rod Taylor was up to around this time.
Yeah.
Glass bottom boat era. Like.
Yeah.
I didn't say men weren't interested in me. I said I wasn't interested in them.
Never?
No.
Never.
That is.
Never.
Not until.
Yes.
Why me?
Why me?
It won't wash, Marnie.
It won't wash. 44 wash.
Yes, I think you did. But don't try to make it sound like any more than that.
Him is Frank Costello.
Oh gosh.
But you ran away, that I went after you and brought you back.
Watch your blinking mouth, right? With his undercarriage positioned in that way. Wickwin.
Yeah.
Go to Wickwin.
He also admires wholesome animal lust.
Wow.
Just as soon as the law allows, we'll catch an outbound boat. Where do you want to go? You ever been to the South Seas?
What are you trying to pull?
Wholesome animal lust. We had some of these moments filmed on a phone at one point and just laugh out how ridiculous they were.
Crazy, you're out of your mind.
It's a possibility.
He's willing to admit it, maybe.
I guess I'll just go on calling you Marnie. That's easily explained. Pet name. But the Taylor.
Rod Taylor?
Marry you off as Mary Taylor. It's perfectly legal. You can sign yourself Minnie Q Mouse on a marriage license.
What? Minnie Q Mouse.
I'm Minnie Q Thief. I'm a thief and a liar.
So is that like Minnie Mouse's middle initial is Q? I don't know. As in quartermaster? Like,
yeah.
Minnie Quartermaster Mouse.
Love me or let me go. Just let me go, Mark, please. Mark, you don't know me. Oh, listen to me, Mark. I am not like other people. I know what I am.
I doubt that you do, Mark. In any event, we'll just have to deal with whatever it is that you are. Whatever you are, I love you.
Whatever you are, I love you.
It's horrible, I know. But I do love you.
You don't love me. I'm just something you caught. You think I'm some kind of animal you've trapped.
Trapped.
That's right, you are. caught something really wild this time, haven't I?
Wow.
Tracked you and caught you, and by God, I'm going to keep you. Oh, and Marnie, when we get
This is not healthy at all. But
absconding with the Wickwind Silver.
The Wickwind Silver.
You're giving yourself for 1 short week, and after that, well, you can take legal possession.
Like you take legal possession.
Yes, you want to put it that way. Somebody's got to take on the responsibility of your life. But it narrows down to a choice of me or the police old girl.
No girl. Wow. You really thought about how this movie came out like 1964?
Yeah.
Like, wow. Indispensable.
It was a different time, you know. Old Necessary reminds me of our Uncle Arnold used to always say, I feel so necessary.
He would sing it.
Yeah.
Very handy fellow.
Meanwhile, sister-in-law kissing him on the mouth.
Very handy fellow. Noble what? A noble savage? I don't think so. I think I'm out on this guy.
Yeah,
you know.
I think he's canceled.
Let's go back and finish the champagne and cake before they spirited away. Really splendid cake, you know. Attended to that myself. Make acquaintance with one of those excellent horn and honor.
That engagement ring must have been at least 5 carats.
6.5. Blue white, perfect stone.
His mother left perfectly good jewelry. It's just sitting there at the bank in safety deposit.
He said he wanted her to have something that had never belonged to anyone else.
6.5 carats. And cashing in a bond to pay for it.
This guy.
He didn't pay for it.
Yeah.
He charged it. I helped him pick it out. It cost $42,000.
Dang. And that's in 63, 64 money.
The man's deranged.
You gonna do the inflation calculator on this?
He came out to the club waving a check for $7,000 and insisted that I break up my golf game, go in and open the bank, and
Break up my golf game.
You're breaking up my golf game, old
Then he
boy.
drew out, well, let's just say enough to pay for this trip plus the letter of credit. He cashed that very nice bond against my advice. Made me get him the money, $10,000 in small bills. And when I asked him why he wanted $10,000 in small bills,
That's $371,000
for a ring.
Yeah. $371,000, $371,645.81. Rate of inflation 784.9%.
Dang.
including the unpaid bill for a ring, approximately $70,000 in 1 week. A 6 or
This is also reminiscent to me of Vertigo of oh gosh, what's his friend that has a crush on him in that movie? What's her name?
Oh, Midge.
Yeah. And like this secret, or not so secret, love she has of Stewart's character, and it's off to the side and this kind of forgotten about thing. And this character kind of represents the third wheel that she wanted to clearly be with Mark, but that she's been sidelined and all this. Now she's going to be certainly way more devious in who she is than who Midge was, but.
How's your love life, Midge?
How's your love life, old girl?
Old girl. Sassy girl, aren't you? Like, alright, that's enough. She's looking around.
Like, I've become the Joker, I will become Marnie.
Yeah, like, what?
Let me just make that easy, a little checklist.
Payoff strut. Love to watch. Ooh, stationary. Oh, she literally wrote stationary on it.
Yeah.
Strut. She's gonna play a little detective game.
I love games.
I love a good game. I love watching big game.
Booze? Shall I
Where's the bathroom? Same here.
The water closet.
You'd have a good weekend in Vegas with all this stuff.
Not.
The real field of battle is the bath.
The bath.
The bath.
The
Quarter given.
The quarter. I need a quarter. I need a quarter for the what you call the shopping carts at Aldi.
You can have the bath now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very sexy with your face clean.
Wow.
No, we're done here.
Yeah, he's.
All right, we're gonna cancel the podcast now.
One of my favorite things ever is very famously
pod
for
is
the
canceled.
Batman and Robin commentary is that Joel Schumacher, like a third or halfway through the movie, just got up and walked out and like apologized for having made the movie or whatnot, and then just left.
And then it's just the movie
Yeah,
the rest of the
then
time. Yeah.
That background sound just cuts out and it's just the movie, I think.
Wow.
Which, as we've talked about it in depth between us, that Batman and Robin's not good, but the chief fault of that movie shouldn't lay just at Joel Schumacher.
No.
The studio, I mean.
I won't touch you. I promise I won't touch you. Just get out of that damn corner, please.
Stand. My favorite King novel is The Stand.
The Stand.
Salem's Lot.
Shining.
The Shining. The Shining.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gotta be
yeah.
the double
yeah.
Shh.
I don't want it. Just leave me alone.
Until I find out what's the matter with you and find some way to help.
The only way you can help me is to leave me alone.
What's your favorite Dead Man's Bone song?
I'm talking about Dead Man's Bones.
Power.
Yeah.
You men.
6 feet deep. I haven't listened to any Dead Man's Bones in a while.
Well, that was only the one album.
Yeah.
Thought I could stand it if I had to.
Have you always felt like
Well, have you always felt like this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
why? What happened to you?
What the hell happened?
Nothing. Nothing happened to me. I just never wanted anybody to touch me.
What for?
Tried to talk about it to a doctor, somebody who would help.
No, why should I? I didn't want to get married. It's degrading. It's animal. Anyway, I was doing all right the way I was.
I wouldn't say that, Marnie.
Marnie.
I hadn't caught you to go out stealing.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would. Again and again. Eventually, you would have got caught by
Yeah, it's interesting. He's trying to phrase this as "I am saving you." Like,
Yeah.
no, not really.
sexual blackmailer who would have got his hands on you.
So I love
Some
he's
other
saying,
sexual
saying, "Oh,
blackmailer.
I am. I admit it."
I am a sexual blackmailer, but they wouldn't have been as good of a sexual blackmailer as I am.
In an office by some angry old bull of a businessman who was out to take what he figured was coming to. You'd probably have got him and Jack.
Take it out in her cold, hard flesh. Is that guy in Psycho? That guy. Wow.
I don't need your help.
I don't think you're capable of judging what you need, nor from whom you need it. What you do need to expect is the kind.
Oh, men. You say no thanks to one of them, and bingo, you're a candidate for the funny farm. It would be hilarious if it were
Let's try to get some rest. You're probably
Let's try it again.
nothing to talk out. I've told you how I feel. I'll feel the same way tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that.
all right, Marnie. We won't talk about it until you want. But we're going to be on this damn boat for many days and nights. So let's just drop the whole thing for the present and try to get through this bloody honeymoon cruise with as much grace as possible.
Wow.
Just to be
Kind
kind.
to each other.
Kind.
Kind.
Yes.
Richard.
That's too much. I'll be kind to you, and you'll be polite to me.
You won't.
I give you my word.
Well, he's a liar, so
Yeah, somebody is lying here, and it's you.
it's me.
You and your little bed over there,
miles of it. Thank you.
All right. I'll go read. I'll go Oliver Reed.
Go.
I will read. I will read Jack Reed. 10 Days That Shook the World. The little pizzazz, whatever the hell.
What will I do with myself? I had a course assumed I would become a society hostess.
In Africa, there's quite a beautiful flower. It's coral colored with little green tipped blossoms.
It's like they're talking about the most boring stuff possible. Like,
if you reach out to touch it, you discover that the flower was not a flower at all, but a design made up of hundreds of tiny insects called fatted bugs.
Fatted.
They escape the eyes of hungry birds by living and dying.
The fatted calf. Animals of the seashore.
Yeah,
I had a picture of that, I think. Just like the randomness of that. That's his reading material.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the last time we watched this was randomly around the Oscar season of 2017. It was like early 2018.
Okay.
What's that there? The light. Oh, yes, of course. You've been an absolute darling about my sitting up reading so late these nights.
What?
Psychopath.
Boning up on marine life. Entomology.
All right, here's a subject. How long? How long do we have to stay on this boat, this trip? How long before we can go back?
Why, Mrs. Rutland, can you be suggesting that these halcyon honeymoon days
Halcyon.
nights, just the two of us alone, together, should ever end?
It's one of the most infamous scenes in the movie.
Yeah.
I've told you the light from the sitting room bothers me.
On MIDI.
Well, we certainly can't have anything bothering you, can we?
If you don't want to go to bed, please get out.
But I do want to go to bed, Mom. I very much want to go to bed.
No!
I'm sorry, Marty.
No, I went too far this time. As opposed to every other moment.
As opposed to every other moment of my godforsaken life. I mean, that's the, the premier example of a sexual harassing psychopath. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Like, no,
yeah, and usually it is like
you clearly did.
Moment of intimacy. Is just like, Which meanwhile she's just not into it at all.
Yeah,
just like,
no, I'm not doing that. The music swells, like, as Ron Williams would say, the subtext is love, like. How do they do that?
I don't know.
Like Dracula or something.
Dracula
said that I think was kind of an inspiration for that moment of the devil's eyes in Rosemary's Baby.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that?
No, I still have not seen Rosemary's Baby.
I wasn't all that into it, but I might like it better now.
I've been meaning to watch it forever and haven't got around to it yet.
It's been a long time since I saw it.
That hairy chest.
Don Draper's large chest. You haven't fought Harkonnens, I have. They are brutal! Anyway, look at that.
One thing that's always struck
you can tell
me
that's literally a painting. Look at that. Hilarious. Look at that.
This
my
little
God.
section is that you just see no one else at all.
Yeah,
it's just
like-
like these two are the only ones on this boat, and adds to this, again, surrealistic, dreamlike quality to it. There's something to me it's always like about cruise ships, and that I've always thought about ever since, these scenes that add this weird, eerie, dreamlike quality to them. Where it's like through the water, and again, in movies, oftentimes water is depicted as being channel to dreams or dream life or this otherworldly thing. An attempt to commit suicide.
Have you ever seen a person jump into a pool with all their clothes on?
In real life?
Yeah.
No.
I have. It's a weird experience.
Yeah. Seeing it in movies
to just see
more
it.
often
Even
than
not to do it yourself, just to see it happen.
Yeah.
You're like, I'll tell you later who it was. It's somebody that we know. We're not very fond of either, I must say, but yeah, I've never thought about that. Has like nobody around.
Yeah.
The idea was to kill myself, not feed the damn fish.
Even in that moment, she has a quip.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly, like
Marnie, and then goes over and hugs him. Or did she say Mark?
Mark.
Oh, okay, I thought she said Marnie,
No,
and then hugged
no.
him. I was
No,
like,
that
what?
would be even weirder. Yeah,
okay.
It's like she said, Walter Winchell, and went and hugged on somebody. Like what? Like
Where's the rest of your luggage?
at the airport.
At the aeroplane, in the airplane over the sea.
Holland, 1945, with just a sister at her side.
She when stains the mountaintops.
Only we speak for the guns. Or came and rained on everyone. Now she's a little boy in Spain, playing pianos filled with flames. Anyway. Sorry, Jeff Mangum. You're probably pissed off about something somewhere. Whatever.
Don't let anybody ask him what neutral milk hotel means.
Yeah.
I just don't want to get into it.
This is like,
you don't name something that ridiculous.
Come on.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, specifically Men in Black. Like I have them talking about Jeff Mangum, like Jeff Magnum, like
Yeah.
Like,
that really is a great moment where he's like,
literally,
he's like, I'll do it, and he's like, please, like
cross me, I will blow you away.
Right. Got a vanity problem, babe. Like, that is breakfast. He's got his breakfast. Naturally,
I'm going to shut the door.
Saying I thought he said, naturally, I want you to bed with me. Like, okay.
Well, that's
I mean, that's
already
what he's saying, but yeah.
It's like he's teaching her how to be a wife because she just doesn't get it. I mean, mansplain. Operation Mansplain.
Like it's a video game, and it's like optional
like
objectives.
Tutorial.
Like, yeah. And it's like an optional objective, like for bonus points.
Yeah.
Like,
well, points that add up quickly.
Are you going to the office?
On the first day back after our honeymoon. Oh, how indelicate. No, I'm going down the road on a little errand.
Aaron.
I'll see you later.
Mark,
My favorite character in Exodus is Aaron.
I don't have any money.
Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I'll call Bob and have him
Bob. What's her whole place in this movie again?
She's just like watching her, like suspicious of her, and deep down wants to get with Mark. Obviously.
Right, but I'm just like, I felt like there's something going on specifically with her, but
Not that I remember, but
So you're a prize fool.
Possibly, but they don't put you in jail for being a fool. I'm not
Fool.
the one the cops are after, not yet. And I don't intend to be, nor if there's anything I can do to prevent it. Perhaps you, madam, but not me.
we'll take a drive. Some men don't like to be taken for a ride, as he said. One time, maybe.
in some ways, though, the sister-in-law has this. What's the woman in Rebecca who's like the the live-in.
Yeah, because I was kind of
servant or
thinking about
whatever,
Obsession and Rebecca. This kind of reminds me of too. Yeah.
Find that name because I can't quite remember.
She's like the sister of the wife, right? That had died, I think.
Hold on a minute. Mrs. Danvers. No, I think she was just the housekeeper to her as well.
Oh,
she was just
very close to her. Yeah.
Similar relationship.
Look, Mom, I can't talk long. I just called to tell you that I'm all right and that I'll send you some money this week. No, I can't. I don't know when I'll get to Baltimore, but not for a few weeks anyway. I'll talk to you soon. If you need anything, just write to me at the same post office box in Philadelphia. I've got to go now, Mama. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mama.
Got your little horsey.
Horsey.
Oh, Oreo. Oh, beauty.
Now you will love me. Like, no, I won't. Oh, well.
Well, she likes him a little better.
Well, I screwed up then, didn't I?
Well, she said she could write a little. Mark, listen. I'm a good fighter if you need me.
A good fighter.
If you are in some kind of trouble, I
Yeah.
have absolutely no scruples. I'd lie to the police or anything.
What on earth are you talking about?
Well, I heard you and Marnie this morning right out here.
Huh?
Okay, I eavesdropped.
We should have made you go to college or come out or something. I can see that now.
Come out.
Mary Marnie, brown-haired blonde you married so fast and sneaky and tried to hustle off to the South Pacific for Pete's sake. I didn't have to overhear stuff about you're not intending to go to jail too, to know that you're in some sort of fix.
The fix.
Please, Mark, will you let
The
me
fix
know?
is in, as they say.
The fix is in.
By being nice to Marnie.
I've got to go get my fix.
His fix is clearly Marnie, so.
I'm a bit of a candy fiend. Got to go get my chocolate fix.
With a little bit of Smarties.
My choco fix.
Choco.
My choco doggo fix. Gotta go get my doggo fixed.
Spayed and neutered. Like Bob Baca, who is still alive. That's it.
He really used to just say that all the time.
He used to say all the time, like, get your pet sprayed and neutered or whatever.
Spayed and neutered? Yeah, it's like, why would he say that?
That's his big thing. I don't know.
Why? Why is that your, like, chief issue? I mean, I'm not saying that's not, okay, yeah, everybody go get that done, but, excuse me, if you're on TV for years, that's your sticking point?
Yeah.
How irrelevant. Anyway, whatever.
Well, he wasn't taking any kind of real big political or social stance
Right.
like you could, but you wouldn't, wouldn't be encouraged on a channel like CBS anyways, but.
I don't want to say it again. I don't want to have to say it again.
You're being had.
All right, Mark.
You seem to be growing up, Lil.
Little.
I expect what we should do is find you some young man. What's your type?
I was waiting for you. I'm queer for liars.
Really?
Well, speaking of coming out. Alright. Alright. We could run an ad.
Indoor liar or an outdoor liar? Playboy or field and stream?
That look was real like, Gonna get her. What? Take a walk
on the wild side.
She and Dad still aren't riding. He's taking her over the hunt country. Big deal. He's going to ride with the hunt. And Dad's throwing some kind of bash to introduce her.
Bash. A grand slam. What?
Bash at the beach.
Do I smell bacon? Is the grand slam ready? I'm ready for the grand slam.
I'll take it upstairs.
Hang it up as soon as I get it. As soon as I get got.
And this is among the drier stretches of the movie. It's like they're domestic happenings.
Yeah,
you know?
because that's what's interesting about this movie. Is it doesn't really have any big set pieces or you know, even not like other movies he would make after this that would, like Torn Curtain has a big one and parts of Topaz, but Topaz has that like vaguely Fidel Castro guy in it, and it's like, okay.
I've only ever seen clips from that. I've still never seen the whole movie.
I remember liking it in theory a lot. We ought to watch that soon because I haven't seen that in a while.
I haven't seen Torn Curtain either, so that's the one with Paul Newman, right?
Yeah. I don't remember a whole lot about that one. Paul Newman and Julie Andrews, There's a scene in that I remember where he has to. It's not much of a spoiler to say, but there's a scene towards the end of the movie where he's basically going to get killed, and he's in like a play or opera or something. And meanwhile, and he's finding out the information.
No, not the woman, the child. I want to know what happened to the little girl, the daughter.
But anyway, there's a scene in that where he's like basically surrounded on all sides at the exits by these guys that are going to kill him, and he just shouts fire, and everybody gets up and runs out, and he like gets away or whatever. But it's like, that thing you're not supposed to do, you know. But I mean, he's the hero of the movie. He's like a spy, so
breaking the law.
Breaking the law. The law has been broken.
Thank you.
I'm going to break your neck in 5 places. I am Bond.
So,
So, he kind of found out sort of what happened. Well, we got a sort of one.
But there's more to discover, old girl. There's that red
Aloha.
You know that means hello and goodbye.
People say that all the time. It's like, we all know that. Meanwhile, he's playing these games like...
What a weirdo.
Like, this guy is not a good person.
Yeah.
Look at that room. What is wrong with it? It looks sick.
Yeah.
Like, well, that part of the room, and then the rest of it looks normal.
Mama?
Wake up, Marnie.
Mama?
Marnie?
Mama?
Oh, okay. So it was purposely like that.
Marnie?
Please don't hurt my mama.
Marnie?
Money.
No, don't.
Mommy.
Don't.
What's going on?
Of course, she's in there. You know, like...
No, Mama. Mama.
Wake up. It's just a nightmare. Come on.
What happened to Mama? Mama. Mama. Him singing Genesis songs.
Some mama. Like someday.
Dominion.
Good night, all.
There was no reply at all, Mommy. The dodo must die.
I wonder if there's like ever any like draft of this movie that was like, sexual aberrations of the criminal female. And it's like, instead of buds, it's horses. Well, it's like horses just are randomly like coming in and out and going to trample them because a lot of random horse action in this movie.
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah.
You can also find at your convenience heights, ropes, ovens, even plastic bags. The world's full of alternatives.
I'd like to go back to sleep now.
Why? Your sleep
What for?
less agreeable
What
than your
for?
waking hours.
You will tell me.
You will tell me or not.
Dream.
I suppose not.
I suppose not.
Is it about something that really happened to you?
Happened to you?
No, I don't know what it means.
What happened?
Nothing.
What happened?
Or it's about your mother?
What happened?
Yes, but first there are the 3 taps. And then she says, "Get up, Marnie, you have to get up now." But I don't want to. If I get up, I'll be cold and they'll hurt her.
Who'll hurt her?
Them. I don't know. But I hear the noises. I'm cold and I hear the noises.
What noises? What are they like? Who makes them?
What happened?
Something's going on here.
You, Freud. Me, Jane.
It should be said that Freud existed, obviously, prior to this. A good little amount of time, but Freud was really in vogue in the 50s and 60s especially, and so much of Hitchcockian analysis is rooted in Freud because Hitchcock himself was apparently pretty interested in Freud. But.
Yeah. Well, he was
and a lot of that
cocaine
stuff isn't
addict,
as in
so-
vogue now anyways, Freudian psychology, but,
Yeah, so, well-
but its imprint and its influence is so big, though.
Yeah. He was
a
just
lot of critical theory.
Yeah. Well, he was just a cocaine addict, so what does he have to say about anything, you know?
Start with the undiscovered cell.
Oh, for God's sake, Mort, leave me alone. I'm tired. Why can't you just leave me alone?
Because I think you're sick. Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
I'm sick.
Well, let's admit, she's got some problems, but he's
You're so hot to
beyond sick.
you. Talk about dream worlds. You've got a pathological fix on a woman who's not only an admitted criminal, but who's
So supposedly Mike Lee came out and said that he's struggling to get money for a new movie.
Really?
To get backed, yeah.
Yeah.
So, which is a shame.
Mm-hmm.
We've only really seen like one, I guess, Mike Lee movie, Naked, but quite good. So.
Yeah, he's somebody I definitely want to watch a lot more of.
Yeah.
You're really dying to play doctor, aren't you? Okay, I'm a big movie fan. I know the games. Come on, let's play. Shall I start with dreams, or should we free associate? Oh, doctor, I'll bet you're just dying to free associate.
So even Marnie herself was mocking the ideas of Freudian psychology or psychoanalysis.
Yeah.
Kind of meta, but
Oh, come on, I thought you wanted to play doctor, so let's play.
and then I even remember Hitchcock and Truffaut in the interview book when they're going back and forth, actually kind of talking a lot of these same terms, talking about the narratives.
Yeah.
Shall wash away thy sins and make thee over again. Baptist. Mother used to take me to church twice on Sundays. There. I'm not holding back at all, am I? You're bringing me out marvelously, Doctor. You'll have me up on my poor paralyzed little legs by the very next scene.
Here.
Stare. That's what you do. You stare and glare and say you care, but you're unfair. You want a pair.
Sex.
Masculine, feminine, Adam and Eve, Jack and Jill. I'll slap your filthy face if you come near me again.
Death.
Me. Oh, listen, Mark.
Needles.
Pin.
Black.
White.
Red.
White. White. White.
That red.
So he's been picking up on that red's the color.
Yeah.
You're all right.
Red.
Are you well read?
Help me. Oh, God, somebody help me.
Red. Commander Stringways. Impregnable. Goodbye, Mr. Bond. And he's just looking at him like, okay.
Big deal. Like, could easily get killed in that moment.
Right.
But,
He's like, well, whatever. I mean, I guess when you're James Bond, you have to be totally insane.
Yeah,
So you're just like, well,
I've already made my peace with God.
whatever. Or made the peace that I'm not going to make peace with God.
Yeah, either one. Even well, in and of itself, that is making peace with God.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Why don't you just leave the door open?
Yeah, I mean, they're just coming right in and uh-oh.
Strut.
Mr. Robbed.
I'm going to watch him strut.
Mr. Strutt?
Yes.
Mrs. Strutt? How do you do? I'm Lil Manring, Mark's sister-in-law. So good of you to come all this distance.
So nice of you to ask. Wait till tomorrow, Charlie. Wait till you see her on a horse, eh?
Oh, yeah, we haven't gotten all that yet, have we?
Nope.
No reason to be.
You have no reason to be.
You are unquestionably the best looking woman here, the best dressed, the most intelligent. And you're with me.
Oh, and you're just the best at everything, I guess. Huh?
She has the list, made the table arrangements and everything. I'm afraid I wasn't much help, but I'll do better next time.
You're doing well enough. I suppose we should keep circulating.
Circulating. Circulate. Succubus.
Why? Why?
I don't know. I swear I don't know.
Lil must have screwed me.
Never been invited yet.
Lil.
Remember on Rugrats, Phil and Lil?
Yeah.
Phillian, Lillian.
Yeah. Calls bluff. Bluffing.
Hello, Strut.
Oh, strutting.
I don't believe we've met, Mrs. Strut. I'm Mark Rutland.
How do you do?
And this is my wife.
How do you do?
Well, this is a surprise. I hadn't heard about your marriage. You know, we all think a great deal of your husband. We've been doing business with the Rutlands for a long time.
No, not awkward at all.
I believe we've met before.
I don't think so.
Think again, Mrs. Rutland.
Are you just recently married?
Oh, Marnie and I have been married for 2 months, but we've known each other quite well for about 4 years.
4 years? Before Estelle?
Yes, didn't you know? Darling, Betty seems rather stranded over there.
Strangways.
So if you
Strangways is stranded. Excuse me.
Oh, and Lil, will you see that Mr. and Mrs. Strutt's glasses are kept brimming? The good girl.
Good girl. Man talk.
You said we'd known each other 4 years. Lil thought...
I don't get one infinitesimal damn what Lil thought of.
Wow. Infinitesimal D. Like.
About putting a silk hat on a pig, like.
Mr. Strutt, my wife's taking a fancy to you. Will you see her into dinner?
I know who you are. I don't know why I did his voice, and I guess I'm just getting used to
Yeah.
talking in Connery's voice.
5 minutes. I'm 5 minutes behind you, and in those 5 minutes you got yourself up like a cat burglar and packed for a world cruise.
I've got to get out of here, and you've got to let me go. That man is going to send me to jail.
That's, I love it. Cuts, and this is what's happening.
Yeah.
She's like ready to go. Like it's all over the place. Like
He's coming for my head.
Well, darling, we just won't give it to him. Strutt may be throbbing away out there in the night with vengeful fantasies. The fact is, he's a businessman.
throbbing away with vengeful fantasies.
fantasies.
Like
Like,
said, the
that
Russian
could be a
account.
subtitle for Hitchcock's career: "Throbbing away with vengeful fantasies."
Yeah. Throbbing away in the night with vengeful fantasies.
I don't care if you have talks every southern senator on Capitol Hill.
Well, I do. I care.
Darling, didn't your mother ever tell you about sticks and stones?
Do you understand? There may be other things involved, other people that I don't want to hear about me.
Yes, I can understand, but since you're the well-known friendless orphan child, who's to care?
The police, damn you.
Now, what can the police do if we can stop Strutt from prosecuting?
Start investigating other jobs. Other similar jobs.
Other
Similar
jobs.
jobs.
Other similar jobs. Steve Jobs.
Something else again.
Yes.
It is.
Yes.
How many?
Something.
How many other jobs?
Something, isn't it?
Well, tell me the truth, damn it. You're going to give my life to me now. How many jobs have you pulled?
3,
3,
Try again.
15.
4, 5 counting Strutt.
Over how long a period?
5 years, and that's the truth. I swear it.
Lying again.
Altogether.
Under 50,000.
Under.
What towns?
Buffalo, Detroit, Elizabeth, New Jersey, and New York.
Down in New York and Philadelphia, I'll be poor old Mark Rutland who lost his head over a pretty girl. And in the others, I'm just an accessory after the fact and equally liable under the law.
Well, then let me go. They can't blame you because you didn't know. After you found out, I ran away. Just let me go.
If I let you run out now, nothing could keep the lid on it. They've got your real name. You'll work up a complete...
Now he's like freaking out.
Yeah.
It's like, well, daggum.
Yeah, you tethered yourself
like,
to this person.
I mean, come on.
Suppose we don't lose our heads. All we've got to fight is Strut's big mouth. At least that gives us time. Sit down, listen.
Sit down.
We can do one of two things. We can hire a lawyer, a psychiatrist, and make an immediate voluntary confession. And then offer restitution. That'll make the whole thing public. But the chances are very good that you'll get a suspended sentence.
Suspend the sentence. They walk free that very day.
You will express deep sorrow and repentance, sincere and vocal contrition. And while you sob, I show respect for the amount stolen and press it into their hot little hands and ask a special favor to a distraught husband.
It's a shame he was never on the Batman animated series, or not animated series. Well, that also, but Batman.
Mm-hmm. He's too big.
66, yeah. Yeah, see? So he's too important. Don't worry. Think it over. Give you a month to think it over.
Because, you know, that whole show has this reputation. Oh, all these big cameos, celebrities. You never had an A++ celebrity from the 60s
no, it's like,
actually be
it's
on
like,
there.
yeah, I know who they are from watching some stuff in the 60s, but like...
But it wasn't like Sean Connery. It wasn't like the Beatles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the people who were like the biggest people of the
average
era.
everyday people now would have no clue who most of those people are.
Right.
Like, probably objectively, one of the biggest people on there was like Sammy Davis Jr., maybe, like, you know, in the window.
Yeah.
Somebody was walking up the wall. Like,
I mean, there's a lot of very idiotic, preposterous things to me about the very upper crust culture, but maybe the biggest one is the hunting culture of, like, whether it be pheasants, as we saw in Spencer,
look at that.
or with, whatever. That's something I'll never be able to understand. And they think they're so cool, and meanwhile they got all these dogs and all these people, like... Uh-oh. We'll leave them on red.
these shots of her riding with her hat flown off here are just like, the life is a highway. Like, this, like, wow.
Uh-oh. Make that jump.
The horse's eyes, yeah. It's like, I'm insane.
For a second there, it wasn't moving.
Yeah.
The projection.
Now it won't stop.
Here it comes.
Wow. Oh my god. Poor horse.
Yeah. And this is back in the day you couldn't definitively say no animals were harmed in the making of this motion picture. It probably was hurt. R.I.P. Forio.
Like Furio.
Yeah.
This fool.
Marnie, wait. I'll call a vet. There's nothing a vet can do. Anyway, this man.
What do you have?
I could give her Jack's pistol. Hurry. Oh, hurry, please. He's suffering. Go get the gun. I'll do it, Marnie. You wait here.
You're still in the mood for killing.
Please, Marnie.
Just maybe not do that with a gun, but you know.
It's like wrestle over it.
Marnie, please. You don't want me to do it. Let me go back for one of the men.
Wow. That's brutal.
So you can see, Mr. Struck, how very disadvantageous any action on your part would be for everyone. For me, certainly. For the sick girl. And for you.
Yes, I'm sure that's the fashionable attitude, Mr. Rutland. But just wait until you've been victimized.
No, well, whatever. Uh-oh. She's got the gun. That makes it easy. It's very interesting to how high angle this all is, these shots of just like that. It's like we cannot get inside her head. It's unknowable. This is purely like her madness is set in, basically. It's just like we can only view it from above.
Oh, sorry. Hello.
Yes, Bill, what is it?
I understand. I'm hanging up now.
No.
You'll have to forgive me, Strutter. I had a bit of trouble at the hunt. I'll talk to you again, possibly tomorrow. I'm sorry to have to run over like this.
It's not a good situation to be like the guy that could turn you all in to be like, sorry, we're gonna have to talk later. Like he's making demands. You know, it's just like
he's got power over you.
Yeah. Rutland. Rut this land.
Let's rut this land.
How weird and slow all this is.
I can't give it no.
That back on.
What's stopping her? See it?
Yeah.
Zoom. Here comes the money.
Here comes the money. Money talks. Yeah.
Bonus episode, theme.
It's all right, Donnie.
Is it though?
No.
You're just exhausted. I don't panic. I've spoken to Strutt. I think I'll be able to talk him around.
Talk him around.
I'll just put this away.
Yeah, you do that. Almost found himself robbed.
Yeah.
Go on. You want the money. You wanted the money or you wouldn't have taken my keys, would you? You took the keys, now take the money. I said take it.
Put your hands on it.
What's mine?
Rub your hands in it.
It's
Like,
yours.
what?
You're not stealing.
Not stealing. Steal. Steal it.
Stop the steal.
Well, oh, so he's one of them, huh? I am not with her. Lock her up. What if he just slammed the door on her and killed her? It's like, what?
And the rest of the movie's about him trying to get away.
Yeah, it's like, what?
I'm the new Psycho.
There's like
the new Marnie.
15 minutes left, and it's like, that's what we're gonna spend time on. Like, come on, get up, giddy up.
Well, we did that earlier.
Yeah,
See what happened,
right.
So, I knew you'd run away, and you'd want money. It didn't take me a minute to...
She's just so over all this. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you
Oh,
be?
yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
this
Anybody,
psychopath,
yeah.
like,
That would be, yeah.
What do you
well,
mean about the robberies? I have no intention of telling her anything. It's your mother who's going to do the talking.
but about the other things.
I'm gonna meet Mommy.
Going to go meet mommy,
Mother.
mama, mama. Literally dragging her out, like, wow.
He's literally dragging her.
Gonna get dragged.
She's gonna get ratioed. Like,
what?
Twitter terms, like when somebody tweets something that they get more replies talking about how what an idiot they are.
Oh,
that's when your quote get ratioed. Basically, is what that
whatever. It's all a meme thing.
Yeah, kind of.
Meme lords.
It's all right, Monty. I'm a meme lord.
I do have to say though that my favorite Facebook comment I've ever seen was somebody that I personally know once put up a meme or something.
Yeah.
And then,
Which
by the
you're
way,
a fan of, by the way,
right,
memes, right?
right.
Not the medium.
And by the way, if that person's listening, I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous, but love you, babe, in your own way, I guess. But they said, somebody's like, oh, this is dumb or something, and they said, F off, I'm the meme lord. So, you know.
Coming into my house talking about my accident.
How dare you come into here? I don't.
What was you gonna say?
What? I don't know. It's just gonna be whatever.
I'm Paul.
Yeah.
We haven't seen her literally since the very beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
I wonder if that girl ever got her pecan pie. Like,
plum. I got some plums. I won't tell her I will. I'm gonna tell her. Miles, tell her. Nobody. Nobody know the trouble I seen but Jesus. Like, beautiful young daughter.
Stand
it. You can't stand it.
Can't stand Stephen King's stand.
Can't stand. Don't stand. Don't stand so. Don't stand so close to me. Every little thing she does is magic. Isn't it?
I've read the transcript.
Isn't it?
Isn't it?
The records of your trial for murder. In the records it states quite plainly that you made your living from the touch of men. And it was one of your clients that you killed that night.
Oh.
Was there also a storm that that night, Mrs. Edgar? Is that why Marnie's terrified of storms?
Storms?
Thunder and lightning that night? Did the storms terrify your little girl? In addition to everything else that happened. Get out of my house.
You get out! Oh my God.
Oh, by the way, nice to meet my mother-in-law in these circumstances.
Right, yeah.
Who am I, Marnie? Why should I want to hurt your mom?
You're one of them. One of them in the white suit.
Shut up, Marnie.
No. Remember, Marnie. How it all was. The white suits, remember?
Not those kind of white suits.
Mm-hmm.
What does the tapping mean, Marnie? Why does it make you cry?
Means they want in. Them in the white suits. Mama goes and gets me out of bed. I don't like to get out of bed.
Back in the day, old Brucey Dern was here.
Total idiot. Like,
Going back to sleep, sugar pop.
Bernice? You ain't afraid of a little bit of lightning, are you? Huh?
What happens next, Mom?
He come out to me. Oh, I don't like him. He smells funny.
Looks kind of funny too, but I say with all due respect, Lovebirds done to death.
Oh my God.
What is it, Mom? What's the matter?
He hit my mama.
No. What's the matter with you? You crazy? You drunk? No, go hit me. You're gonna get hit yourself, girl.
Is your mother hurt? How? How is she hurt?
He's still on her. Oh, she's so hurt. Oh, Mama. Marnie, help me. I got to help my mama.
Marnie?
I hit him. I hit him with a stick. I hurt him.
R.I.P. Gone but not forgotten. God needed a drunken sailor. Yeah.
God needed a Dern.
Yeah. So it's been Dern's blood all along.
I she.
All right. It's all over.
Now we've finally gotten to her story. I just now know she's still wearing her riding clothes.
Yeah. Hadn't had time to change yet, I guess. Been a little bit of a little bit of a stretch, you know.
I thought when she lost her memory of that night, it was a sign of God's forgiveness. I thought I was being given another chance. Change everything. Make it all up to her.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Derry. Truly sorry.
Not really.
Don't seem that broken up about it, but whatever.
I told the police that she did it in self-defense.
They could see how bad hurt I was. They were leaving. And I never told anyone the truth. Never. Not even when they tried to take you away from me, Marnie. Not even then.
You must have loved me, Mama. You must have loved me.
You're the only thing in the world I ever did love. It was just that I was so young, Marnie. I never had anything of my own. You know how I got you, Marnie? There was this boy, Billy.
Billy.
I wanted Billy back at Oswald. I was 15. And Billy said if I let him, I could have his way. So I let him. And then later on when he got started, he ran away. He still got that old
Oh, Billy. Who knows what happened to him? Billy the bum.
And I got you, Marnie. And after the accident, when I was in the hospital, they tried to make me let you be adopted, but I wouldn't. I wanted you. And I promised God right then, if He'd let me keep you and you not remember, I'd bring you up different from me. Decent.
Decent. Oh, Mama. But you surely realized your ambition. I certainly am decent. Of course, I'm a cheat and a liar and a thief. But I am decent.
Well, that's not something I could say that I am.
I'm the most depraved of all.
When a child of any age, Marnie, can get love, well, it takes what it can get, any way it can get it. It's not so hard to understand.
Get up, Marnie, you're aching my leg.
My leg.
So do you think the sequel of this movie would have been them trying to figure him the hell out?
Yeah, maybe. Or just tracking down Billy.
What if he's Billy?
Yeah.
Not.
What if Billy's his dad, though?
Yeah, that would make more sense. Yeah, now that would be sensible. Yeah.
No wonder he's depraved, you know.
I want it all cleared up. But I go to jail.
Not after what I have to tell her. I'm gonna.
It's been nice to meet you, Mom.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll have to have you over for dinner.
Mrs. Edgar, I'll bring Marnie back.
Edgar.
She's very tired now.
Goodbye, Mama.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sugar plum.
The red brick.
Oh, Mark,
It's always been there.
I don't want to go to jail. I'd rather stay with you.
That's bad.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting question. Is this a, quote, happy ending?
Well, what I was going to say is that it's weird because it doesn't end with the typical, oh, she's going to go to jail. It's like interesting how a lot of the, even through most of the movie, that a lot of the, main action of the movie as far as like criminal stuff takes place in the background and kind of just like isn't that big of a deal. But
Right, would be more of the foreground
Right.
of Hitchcock movies.
Yeah.
That's still, again, one of my favorites from him. It'd be the upper echelon for me. Just how it's very deeply strange.
Well, and I
bizarre
know we
movie.
made fun of Connery's voice the whole time, but I mean, Tippi Hedren, her best performance in a movie I've seen. But
Yeah.
The Birds, she's very great too, and I prefer The Birds, but this is really good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Like I said, it's just fascinating with The Birds and this that both of these movies are way less concerned with plot than a lot of previous Hitchcock movies.
Yeah.
And to that end, I think it's him moving into the last stages of his career, and these two movies kind of back to back still have something to say in a ways that some of his other more prodigious movies in some ways didn't. So
yeah,
that's Marnie, 1964.
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Anyway, after I came back, I asked myself, why was I, the chief of special ops, selected to travel to the South Pole at that time to do a job that any number of others could have done? And I wondered if it could have been because one of my routine duties, if I had been in Washington, would have been to arrange for additional security in Texas. So I decided to check it out. And sure enough, I found out that someone had told the 112th Military Intelligence Group at 4th Army Headquarters at Fort Sam Houston to stand down that day over the protests of the unit commander, Colonel Wright.
I believe it's a mistake.
This is significant because it is standard operating procedure, especially in a known hostile city like Dallas, to supplement the Secret Service. I mean, even if we had not allowed the bubble top to be removed from the limousine, we would have placed at least 100 to 200 agents on the sidewalk without question. I mean, only a month before in Dallas, UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson was spit on and hit. There had already been several attempts on de Gaulle's life in France. We would have arrived days ahead of time, studied the route, checked all the buildings, never would have allowed all those wide open empty windows overlooking Dealey, never. We'd have had our own snipers covering the area. The minute a window went up, they'd have been on the radio. We'd have been watching the crowd, packages, rolled up newspapers, coat over and up. Never would have let a man open an umbrella along the way. Never would have allowed that limousine to slow down to 10 miles an hour, much less take that unusual curve at Houston and Elm. You would have felt an Army presence in the streets that day. None of this happened. It was a violation of the most basic protection codes we have, and it is the best indication of a massive plot in Dallas. Now, who could have best done this?
So, yeah, JFK, our very next film from 1991, getting ready to celebrate its 30th anniversary. Where to begin with JFK? I mean,
I don't really know because I say this without hyperbole. I think it's one of the biggest movies that Hollywood has ever produced in certain ways, as far as the
subject matter,
scale, the subject matter, the cast, the length, the money put. I mean, just everything about it being Oliver Stone movie.
Yeah.
The implications of the movie, what a controversy it was, and yet how still beloved it is by a lot of people, including us.
And I think that was one of the biggest cultural artifacts that has that came when it did, that was like really, whether or not you absolutely agree with what Stone's conceptions of who did kill John Fitzgerald Kennedy were, that it nonetheless almost made the status quo opinion, there was a conspiracy. It's just a matter of what conspiracy you believe.
Yeah.
That had been building for some time. That was even being said in the mid-'60s as Jim Garrison was trying to make the case in the film. It's a movie that I have a lot of respect for, and I quite love. In some ways, though, I almost wish that we've still yet to have a very serious dive into who JFK was as a person cinematically.
Right.
I think one day that'll probably come.
Yeah.
But as of yet,
because
the movie has that big name, JFK.
The movie is
but it's
misleading.
Not about JFK.
The movie is misleading in the sense that you would assume it would be about JFK.
I suppose the assassination. And frankly, would maybe have a better title being 11/22/63 or something
like
referring to the date.
Referring to either of the titles of the books that was based on. It was Crossfire and then On the Trail of the Assassins or something like that. It was like different. It honestly would have made more sense to call it.
But I guess calling it JFK just immediately makes it more immediately recognizable to most people. It's a movie about JFK or something like that,
Well, when the movie starts, it's interesting because, and we're going to be talking about it a lot, it has my favorite opening credits to any movie very easily, of like Martin Sheen doing a narration of like Kennedy's presidency.
Yeah.
And it's almost like that section of the movie is the definitive moment where it's celebrating JFK as a man, because then the rest of the movie is very much obviously all wrapped up in the conspiracy, the style, and is very ever rarely about the man himself, other than in these academic senses of
what his death represented, or what his presidency maybe represented,
or what even the reactions of radical political minds reacting to his decision making.
Right.
And so in that way, it's very much kind of not about him at all.
Yeah.
And is more about the nature of not only just conspiracy in general, but also the nature of law and justice, and about what that means to in normal ways, because it's easy to forget that the movie's a courtroom drama, because it most of it isn't.
Right.
But the last 45 minutes or so, or 30 minutes, 45 minutes, is all in a courtroom.
Yeah.
And normally I prefer to think about the first half of the movie, and how amazing all that is. But, not that the ending of the movie isn't good, or anything, but that's where we get kind of wrapped up in a lot, is that kind of early conspiratorial nature of the early parts of the movie. And it continues through the rest of the movie too, but yeah.
We've since both read Don DeLillo's book on Lee Harvey Oswald, Libra, which is itself a work of fiction, but is in many ways rooted to fact. And that's another thing too, is Lee Harvey Oswald almost seems like a literal patsy or literal pawn in the movie itself as well, as far as who he was. Gary Oldman terrifically plays him, by the way.
Yes.
I mean, one of the most spot-on kind of representations that have ever been done of Lee Harvey Oswald. Yeah. But again, he is almost an afterthought.
He is not a communist. He is a Marxist-Leninist. I mean,
but even he's kind of an afterthought in what the narrative is.
Even the same thing with somebody like Jack Ruby, who clearly isn't as big as those other two people, but him in the movie is this very weird kind of like, I mean, he wants to tell the truth, then he wants to leave this world.
I mean, he's eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, like, but and then he's dead, and then the movie moves on. I mean, and that's what's interesting about the movie, is its focus on Jim Garrison and having Kevin Costner lead the movie. It's kind of an interesting choice to do.
But I really love DeLillo's Libra, and we can maybe talk about that a little bit next week too. That was actually trying to be a production, an adaptation of that being made, and that Oliver Stone kind of made sure that it wasn't nixed it, and so he could get his version of it done.
Yeah. But I guess just to kind of preview that, it's one of the movie in general. It's one of my very favorite movies. It's one of the first big movies I saw. I thought, this is a serious movie,
right? Adult,
even though it's deeply hilarious. But But it is a serious movie. I mean, not that it isn't.
Yeah.
And Oliver Stone's one of my favorite filmmakers. I always beat the drum for Oliver Stone and love his movies, even when I rarely agree with them in certain ways. But that, with what they're saying, literally. But they're just so immersive and daring and shocking and always watchable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing that a movie as long as JFK as fun as it is in a weird way, and it's weird to call a movie like that fun because of what it's about.
Well,
but,
it's again, it's very reminiscent to me of Casino, which we've already done on here, and was made in an era around that time. Pesci. Yeah, that's true. They both feel like these just big amusement parks, and like you can go to it, and I'll spend some time over here.
Right.
I'll spend some time over here. It just feels like this kaleidoscopic, never-ending tapestry of everything about America, about corruption, about all these big ideas in the same way Casino is in another way for another realm.
I mean, Clay Bertrand. I mean, and that's and you're
We
right.
quote it all the time
there's so
too.
Many, I mean, there's so many. I mean, we're going to go down the actors list.
Yeah,
that's going to take. I mean, we'll go ahead and preface it. This is going to be a really long
I think
podcast.
Very comfortably going to be our longest yet, probably.
And part of that is I think we are going to discuss in our own opinion what we think of the JFK assassination, which is going to be its own. We could just do a whole podcast on that in itself. But our thoughts on that, and then of course our thoughts on the movie. But also just Liz. I mean, like I said, we quote the movie constantly, incessantly. And I think that's what is so great about the movie is that it's your broccoli and it's your chocolate bar. You know, that's just a weird way to say it. It's like it's all the hard stuff and then all the good stuff at the same time, and really in the same scenes. Interestingly, and I just really think it's one of the feats of American filmmaking. Not even one of the best movies. I mean, it's a flawed movie, and we can talk about why that is. I mean, you know, moments like at the end where his family comes. And he has to do. It's like that. It's funny because it's a movie that is so itself. It's unlike anything, and yet at the same time, it is so much like everything else that's ever been made. Of like, the family comes and he sees them and he stops mid argument and looks as they come in. Right. You know, it's very much that type of movie, and I think that's why that latter part of the movie becomes a little bit blasé and kind of okay, is that it becomes more like these other movies, whereas the first half especially is so propulsive and explosive and just overwhelming in a good way that
I think that in of itself actually unconsciously represents the narrative flow of Conspiracy itself. It's like, oh, the what ifs and the but then when you actually got to sit down and go, this is what happened, this person did this.
Right.
That's when, like, inherently, not the movie gets boring, but, like, the process of explaining that starts to run dry, and it's, like, not nearly as exciting in the immediate aftermath and the chaos of what could be
and
this
you
or
even
what could
feel
be that. And then as it goes on, it's like, it just feels like, can we just kind of move on and wrap it up? You know?
And you even
like,
feel that in the sense of, the jury, the people involved in the trial, that they're sitting there listening, they're just like, I don't really care about any of this, and how can you blame this on this one man? And you know,
and even then, the years are ticking by, and it's a few years removed from it happening, and you hear about this thing going on in Vietnam, and you hear about all these other things going on.
Because Oliver Stone, I don't know if you knew this, but Oliver Stone was in Vietnam.
Well, somebody once joked, or made a quip one time that he made JFK as a detective story to figure out who sent him to Vietnam, which I think was a very fascinating way to look at it.
Which, I mean, as Johnson says in the movie, you make me president, I'll give you your D war. I mean, so, you know. So JFK.
We're going to dive into it. I mean, I could very well see us doing a 3-hour intro before we even get to the movie.
Probably.
I could very well see that. Who knows?
Yeah. And the movie itself is over 3 hours.
So many things to talk about with that. And again, JFK, I think one thing that makes it special as a film celebrating its 30th anniversary is, I mean, the 90s was filled with movies that were much more,
openly either political or certainly engaged in social issues in a much more mainstream, middle-brow way. I mean, I really think of Warner Brothers in particular being a champion. I mean, the 1-2 punch of like Malcolm X and this, or like all
Malcolm X is even better.
Time.
I mean, and I don't love it as much as JFK, but Malcolm X is truly one of the best movies. Period. I mean,
I agree, and that was a particular moment where both of those particular directors, Spike Lee and Oliver Stone, themselves were proteges of Martin Scorsese, and having a certain moment where not Universal, excuse me, maybe they're paying us.
Oh my God,
Warner Brothers.
we keep seeing their logo.
Warner Brothers greenlit both of those movies, and they come out within consecutive years of one another.
Yeah. And there's a famous story that Spike Lee said. I mean, it's a similar. You give me the presidency, I get you your D-War. He's like, if Oliver Stone got 3 hours to make JFK, I better get 3 hours to make Malcolm X, and he did.
Yeah.
So,
and as you said, I think I might marginally. I don't know. Well, let me say this: I think Malcolm X is better than JFK.
Yeah.
I probably barely like JFK better because I've seen it more.
But then you have,
but also it's an easier movie to quote laugh at.
Yeah, right. Now Malcolm X isn't.
Malcolm X
funny.
Is a very sober, serious movie in a variety of ways.
I mean, but it doesn't have Kevin Bacon, going off like fascism is coming back. I mean,
that's another thing too. There's like certain big actors like him or Ed Asner that get Jack Lemmon. They get like a handful of scenes and are like, I mean, you can tell that literally everybody was chomping at the bit to be in a movie like that. And so 30 years later, looking at that movie, it does make you kind of sad that we don't have. I mean, we say this all the time. Oh, they don't make movies like this or that anymore.
They really don't. Though.
I mean, a movie that was that. I mean, the only thing I can think of that's comparable to this that came out in recent years was maybe something like Trial of the Chicago 7.
Yeah.
Which was not even all that great. It was actually okay, but that actually was kind of about a big subject matter like that. Had a pretty big cast. Actually had a fairly big enough platform like Netflix, but the reality of today is that things go on these streaming services and they just kind of disappear and nobody talks about them all that much. But so we love JFK, and we're really, that was again one of those other handful of movies when we started this podcast that we got to do JFK.
And we preface it now that we're going to try to get all our, and the movie's so long, I mean, we're going to get our enough time to talk about everything, I feel like, but as far as the more important stuff, real serious kind of talk, we're going to try to get out of the way early on, and then in the movie it's just going to be a firestorm of this moment. So
I mean, John Candy.
Oh my God, how have we not brought up that yet? I mean, go cock-a-doodle-doo. Good day to you, sir. I mean, one of my favorite scenes in any movie, I must say, and another one of my favorite scenes in any movie you just heard with Donald Sutherland. All time. Which, by the way, before we go, that. It's funny, there's a part of that we heard that was him talking about everything that they would need to do, in Dallas. And I have a little video of, I had recorded a sped up version of it on YouTube a long time ago. And hearing it that way that you heard it, it honestly sounded like he was drunk and slowed down.
We've seen the movie itself a lot of times, but have seen this version a lot too.
So here you go. So there you go.
Wow.
If you wanted to hear that, there you go.
And we've already basically spoiled it earlier on in this episode, but we're going to do a movie the week after that in many ways serves, I would say, as a necessary corrective to what JFK in of itself is in terms of looking at that subject matter and very much dealing with literally some of the same events. So we'll be doing that. So this is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Good day to you, sir.
So nice. Goodbye. Roar!